Luke, just testing the sound. Can you hear okay? Good morning, Luke. Can you hear me? Oh, loud. Good morning, Grant.
Hi, Luke. Just testing the audio. Perfect. Thank you very much, Luke.
live stream's open. It's just gone 9:30, and welcome to this meeting of the Cairngorms National Park Authority Board. I'm Sandy Brennan, the board convener, and I'd like to start by extending a very warm welcome to our new member, Duncan Miller. I know that Duncan's really looking forward to getting to know everyone on the board and to making a full contribution to our work. Duncan's arrival also means that our previous conveners, Andrew McDade, can no longer claim to be the youngest member of Scotland's National Park Board. Age catches up with us all, Zander. So we wish you all the very best, Duncan. I'd also like to congratulate Chris Beattie on his election as our board's new planning convener. Wish you well in the role, Chris. And I'd like to stress my thanks, and I'm sure reflect the thanks of everyone on the board for the work that Eleanor McIntosh has done, stepping up into that role over the last few weeks. We're very grateful, Eleanor, for the dedication and expertise you'll continue to provide as Vice Convener of Planning. We have apologies from Shiva Blackett, and I'll now ask, please, for a roll call of members.
Chris Beattie.
Present.
Sandy Bremner.
Present.
Peter Cosgrove.
Present.
Kenny Deans.
Morning.
Paul Gibb. Hannah Grist.
Present.
Russell Jones.
Good morning.
John Kirk.
Morning.
Bill Lobban.
Yeah.
Steve Micklewright. Laura McCallum.
Morning.
Eleanor McIntosh.
Good morning.
Fiona McLean.
Morning, James.
Duncan Miller.
Morning.
Xander McDade.
Good morning.
Anne Ross. And Derek Ross.
Thank you very much. Item 2, approval of minutes from previous meetings. So first, the minutes from our meeting on the 8th of September. Are we content that this is an accurate record of that meeting? Sorry, point.
I have a point that I covered at the meeting and asked for a response to that wasn't picked up in the minute. And it was under proposal 4. And I asked for if clarity could be sought on the definition of public bodies, so that arm's length public bodies charged with taking forward controversial projects such as mast rollouts and reports, etc. If that we could find out whether they will have to have due regard under that.
Thank you, Peter. That's covered in matters arising and not covered elsewhere. So this is the question as to whether this is an accurate record of the minutes of the meeting. And it is. Thank you very much. And now on to matters arising not covered elsewhere. So on paper 2, National Park Partnership Plan Annual Update at paragraph 14, the CEO confirmed that we'll speak with Cairngorms Business Partnership and discuss their long-term plans and come back to the board with an update. It's in hand. On paper 3, Corporate Performance 2022-23 Update, paragraph 17, 1, meeting to be set up with CEO, Head of Strategic Planning, Convener and Deputy Convener to discuss the shortage of planning staff. Completed. Proposed paper to go to Resources Committee regarding recruitment option for planners. Completed. There are quite a few matters arising. Apologies. Paper 4, Capercaillie Conservation at paragraph 21. Strategic aspects of the plan to come back to the board for approval and performance committees for regular updates in hand. Paper 5, Managing for Visitors in the Cairngorms. 1, the board agreed that convener and officers arrange a meeting with Forestry and Land Scotland to discuss resources at Glenmore. Completed. Director of Planning and Rural Development to check whether Aberdeenshire Council Rangers can give fixed penalty notices. Completed. Director of Planning and Rural Development to communicate with the Community Council and Community Trust the outcomes of this meeting completed, and paper on potential bylaw implementation across the park to be presented to future meeting of the board, and of course on the agenda for this meeting. On to paper 6, standing orders, election of planning committee convener and committee membership substitutions. 1, clerks to the board to distribute information to members of how substitutes for committee meetings are to be secured, completed. Any other matters arising not covered elsewhere for those minutes? Thank you very much. Moving on to the draft minutes of our meeting on the 27th of October. Are we content that this is an accurate record of that meeting? Yes, thank you very much. Moving on to matters arising not covered elsewhere. Paper 1, tackling the nature emergency. At paragraph 32, CEO to add to the Park Authority's response to the consultation, the board would like to see further wording on people and place, which is in hand, and B, that the CEO to seek clarification from Scottish Government on the wording of public bodies in question 7G and 7H, and inform the board in November. So Grant, and again, Peter, just to follow up on your question, I'll ask you to respond to that.
Yeah, so I've asked the question of Scottish Government, and they have asked their in-house legal team, and we're still waiting for a response. I got a response yesterday saying they're still waiting for that to be finalised in terms of exactly what the legal definition of public bodies is within that. But once I have that back from Scottish Government, I'll circulate that round and see what it says. I'm still waiting for that.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Eleanor.
Just a matter arising or an action point that's not on here, but I thought we agreed that the Paradise in the paper. That's fine.
It's in the paper, yes. Thank you. Any other matters arising covered elsewhere? No, thank you very much. Item 4, declarations of interest. None received in advance. Are there any? Yes, John. Thank you.
Yeah, we would also be one of the farms affected by this. So,
Thank you. Russell.
Yeah, I'm a member of the committee of Canusi Shinty Club, and they're also affected by possible beaver. So just like to declare that, but I do intend to take part.
Thank
Can I ask? Just for clarity, if we're discussing monetary action, aware of that.
David.
Yeah, thanks, convener. Just from a point of view of standards and declarations of interest, I was having to think about this last evening, actually. The paper in front of us today is a discussion paper. It's coming up, I think, the matters around beaver are coming up in the Chief Executive's update report. I'm content at the moment that as matters of discussion, we don't know yet what's going to be coming up as part of that discussion necessarily. And members today have declared a statement for transparency that they have some connection to the matter of beaver reintroduction. There's been a clarity from those statements that those connections link their activities and businesses to the potential impacts of beaver reintroduction. There's no decision on the table today, so it is a matter for discussion, and I'm content therefore that the members are appropriate to remain as part of those discussions. If, for example, we were going back to the board at a later date around any decision point, I'd have to speak to each individual member more carefully around their potential connection and identify any potential conflict of interest. But as things stand for today, in advance of any potential discussion, I'm content that there's no matter that cause anybody to have wrong. Obviously, members will have to maintain an awareness of points of discussion as they come up, and if people begin to feel somewhat conflicted by the matters of discussion, then members have to keep that on their radar through those discussions.
Thank you.
Just come back on that one. We are both only tenants, so the money wouldn't be paid to us, it would be paid to the estate. So we wouldn't financially gain ourselves from.
Yeah. Yes, convener, that's again another kind of exemplification of potential impact. As I say, if there's no decision point, so I'm content that the connection is sufficiently remote to allow participation and discussion. I don't think that there's any cause for members to withdraw at this stage. If there were any, as I say, decision points that were coming up, even as tenants, there's likely to be impacts on businesses and the businesses of that tenancy. So I just have to speak to each member individually a little bit more. But I don't see that being an issue for today, given the discussion.
Understood. Thank you very much. And we'll now move on to item 5, paper 1, Chief Executive Officer report and convener update. So this is for information. It will be introduced by the Grant Moyer, CEO. But again, for clarity, this will include an item on beavers, including an overview of the letter that was sent to farmers in Strathspey and highlighting the work that's been done to engage on the issue. Grant.
Yes, morning everyone. Good to see you all. I'll start on a couple other things and then I'll go on beaver, but just to say that it was the Nature of Scotland Awards this week, and 3 projects in the Cairngorms National Park won awards at those. So the pine hoverfly work that I think a lot of you went to RZSS to see won the Innovation Award, so that was excellent. So that's obviously work that's RZSS lead on with us and Nature Scot, and RSPB also providing funding and partnership within that. So that was excellent to see that happening. The next one was the Nature and Climate Action Award and the 1 Million Trees campaign by the River Dee Trust one. So I suppose we've got to give some credit to Sandy as the chair of the trust for that, but that's excellent news as well in terms of the work that's been happening on the Dee. And then the final one was the Landscape Restoration Award, in which there were actually, I think there was 1, 2, 3, there was 4 Cairngorms projects out of the 6 were in that category, and the winner of that one was Cairngorms Connect. So that's excellent for the Cairngorms. 3 out of, I think it was the 11 or 12 categories were Cairngorms based, and that happened on Thursday evening down in Edinburgh. In terms of the paper, happy to take any questions on any of the parts of that. The bit that I just wanted to focus on today, because it's quite a lot of work that's been ongoing, is on the beaver side of things. So just to say where we currently are, we've been doing a lot of work with people out on the ground to look at beaver translocation in the national park. Obviously, this follows the board decision in summer 2022, which asked us to take forward the work on translocation and put in the licence application. And obviously that is also followed up in the National Park Partnership Plan, where it's an action to do that as well in terms of facilitating beavers into the national park. The beaver licence application is now in with Nature Scot, and we are waiting to hear back on that application. We think it's probably the largest engagement that's ever been done on beavers in Scottish history, certainly. And in terms of the consultation, there were 515 online survey respondents. There's been 37 site visits to individual land managers, 10 drop-in events across 2023, and obviously 6 of those were formal drop-ins in the autumn. We've had 3 visits to South Clunes with farmers from the Strath and Badenoch, and all of that is summarised in the 45-page engagement report that's been submitted to Nature Scot alongside the information that we've been asked to do in the licence. And that's now all on our website, along with lots of other information. Work has already begun on some sites on mitigation, so that's things like tree wrapping, etc. And behind that, there's obviously been a huge amount of modelling work being done and stakeholder engagement over the past year as we've been developing that. There have been a lot of dialogue with farmers within the Strath, and there's been concerns raised about some of the issues, especially associated with flood banks. We've listened to that, and we're looking to take action around that, and we tried to set out in the letter this past week in terms of the approach that the park will take. On the website now, there's also the mitigation hierarchy and how that works and what the added value is in the park. So it shows what the national mitigation scheme is and then what we will be doing in the park over and above that national mitigation scheme. And we are going well above and beyond that national scheme within the park. So the main thing on the flood banks that we have said is that on the issue of flood banks in the national park, the Park Authority as the applicant will provide grant assistance for any breach in the flood banks in the national park proven to be caused by beaver burrowing, where the flood bank was shown previously be in good condition. And we're doing a walkover survey of all the flood banks at the moment to make sure we know what condition the flood banks are in. The specific offer of grant assistance to remediation of damaged flood bank will be in place until March 2026, when future agricultural payment systems are changed nationally. The Park Authority will be seeking to ensure the future agri-environment schemes provide appropriate support for farmers and the role they play in managing protected species and natural flood management. So there's a lot of work to be done over the next couple of years to ensure that the national schemes that come forward take account of what we need them to do for the flood bank issue and other issues associated with beaver reintroduction mitigation. We will come back in 2026 if the schemes are there and they provide the adequate reassurance at that point. That's great. We've got a national scheme that covers these things. If at that point we still think there is an issue associated with some of those issues within the national park, we'll look at what we can then do to take that forward and make sure that we've got in place the right mitigation post 2026 as well. So we will make sure we do the right thing both up until 2026. Hopefully at that point it's covered by the national schemes. If there's anything that's still missing, we will ensure that we still stand by any issues associated with that going forward post 2026. We've had lots of different feedback around that in terms of where we are within the Strath, and all I would say is that the staff have done an incredibly large job in terms of the engagement with people on this. It's a really good application that's been put in. We don't have the result from NatureScot in terms of the licence application. We're still waiting for that, and we should hear about that in the next couple of weeks. And then we'll see where we are in terms of the reintroduction of beavers into the 3 sites, or the 2 sites that are being done first within the national park. So I'll leave it there and happy to take some questions on that, and obviously happy to answer any questions on any of the rest of the CEO report as well. Thanks.
Right. Thank you, Grant. I have questions from Russell, followed by John.
Thanks, Convener, and thank you for the report, Grant. And also, thank you to Andy and to Jonathan and everyone else who did the consultation work. I sat in on a couple of them, and they were very professionally done, and well done to Andy and Jonathan. I think one of the things going forward, the local feedback, with the site visits and when the staff visited, there's been a lot of, as it's been described, there's been a lot of warm words, there's a lot of reassurance, but there's nothing in writing. And people are genuinely scared and worried that it's not in writing. And I mean, quite simply, what I'm asking today for support from the board is that we ask you to pause any release until you've had a sit-down meeting with the Spey farmers and crofters and others who are not part of that group who are concerned about it. Ask them and sit them down, chat it through, and then put something in a legally binding document so that they can see for perpetuity what will happen litigation-wise. So quite simply, if you could ask these people in, speak to them, and then put something down in writing that satisfies them. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there's 2 parts to that. So one is that we've already written, so it is in writing what we said in terms of the flood bank side of things. So we've put that in writing. We've said that's what the Park Authority will do. I'm certainly happy to put in further writing the point that if the national schemes don't cover those issues post 2026, I'm happy to also put that in writing. We can add that in in terms of what's on the website, that is our guarantee as the Park Authority. There's nothing beyond that that we can do in terms of what we say. It's in writing. We're happy to put that further part in writing, and obviously it'll be in the minutes in terms of today as well, but we can certainly put that to people and make sure that they know about that. I think at that point, that is well beyond what other places that have beavers have access to, and we're doing that as the applicant. So that's a choice, I suppose, as the Park Authority, to make sure that people are not or are reassured that if there is an issue that we deal with it. So we're more than happy to put that in writing in terms of people, but that's what we can do as the Park Authority.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that. I mean, thanks for that reassurance. But I mean, do you have any problem with just meeting representatives of this group and explaining to them face to face and then putting it in writing? And I mean, the Cairngorm National Park, I mean, you do want to be an exemplar. So, I mean, don't think to say that you've done more than anyone else. You would want to take people with you. You want to look after the local community. So, I mean, I think it's the least that people would expect that you would go above and beyond. So, if it's possible to get these people and speak to them, and I mean, is this letter that you've sent out, I mean, is this legally binding? I mean, I don't know if that is or not, and maybe that's something that these people would like to discuss with you.
Well, it's the position of the Park Authority. So on that, it's as much of a guarantee that we can say. The board, we're saying that we're going to stand behind those issues in terms of those flood bank if there's an issue associated with beavers. It's from the Park Authority, it's as much of a guarantee as the Park Authority can give on that. In terms of meeting with people, I'm alright meeting with people. I mean, I would say we met with them last Monday. Happy to meet with them again if that's the case, and happy to say those things that I've just said.
So if you're happy to meet with them, is it possible to set that up? Could that be set up that you would?
I mean, I'm already in discussion with them about other things in terms of potentially doing another trip with them. So yes, I mean, okay, more than happy to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Andy Forward's been followed by John, Derek, Bill, Eleanor, and Anne.
It was just to add that our commitment to monitoring and mitigation forms part of the licence application, so it will be in writing. Well, it is in writing as our part of the licence application, and our commitment to doing it will be under that licence agreement, as well as everything else we have to set. And yeah, absolutely, just to reinforce, we've always been open and met with that group individually and as a group on a number of occasions. More than happy to do it at any time. And I'd extend that to all members if ever you want to arrange those kind of meetings. Park Authority's here to support you in those. Anyone, anytime, any place.
Thank you. And John Kirk. Sorry, John Kirk.
Thanks to the park for the work that's been put in. I know there's been a lot of work. I've been involved 2 or 3 days every week, some weeks trying to get around everybody and listen to what's been said. So, I realise there has been a lot of work done in the background. But before I start that, I spoke to Anne today and spoke to Grant last night about the £30,000 worth of grant that's been announced for for Tayside, Perthshire and Aberdeenshire, and to see if we can get that for the flooding that happened in Speyside 2 weeks previously to the big storm. And I think they're going to do that today, and that would be a great assurance to the farmers if we can seem to be doing something to help them. So there's 30,000 being announced. The biggest worry in all this is the £45 million cut in agricultural grant money, which has been nicked for other things. So I can understand where the farmers are coming from. I mean, I've had guys so depressed on the phone, just do not where there's a future for themselves and their families. And it really has hit home what damage these animals can do. I mean, there's a lot of good work they can do. I mean, we've seen at South Clunes what they were able to do in a fenced-in area. And I think any reassurance, I think the letter went out to Grant. I think the farmers have not just taken it the way Grant thought they would. Maybe it needs to be rewritten in plainer English, I don't know, Grant. It's good if the park can reassure us they will help with flood banks. That would be a tremendous start, because these banks were in 1820. They are part of our heritage, and these banks protect us from the run-of-the-mill floods we get every 2 or 3 months, but they won't protect us from the type of flood we had 3 or 4 weeks ago. There's just no way anything can cope with that, and I don't think even beavers could cope with it. The other issues with beavers can be Giardia and the beaver fever, or whatever it is called, for wild swimmers. I think we've got to be aware there is an issue. Water supplies is another thing I think we've got to be aware of. So we haven't just had the education on it that we maybe should have had. And I think going forward, if we ever go into something like this again, we need to be more upfront. And floods have cost us an awful lot of money. I mean, I know in our own farm, we're 20 grand's worth of damage to fences, roads, all the rubbish that's to be picked up. And I know we've 15 acre of reseed, which is just totally killed out. We'll get nothing for that, and the state will not give us anything for it. So it's out of our pockets. So that 20 grand's a hard 20 grand to find, I can assure you, and especially when our subsidy's been cut. So any reassurance and guarantees that these flood banks will be protected, and I think we do understand it's better the park handling this than somebody letting them go. And you know, it does, at least there's somebody looking out over our shoulders and seeing what's happening. So that is important, that they are being monitored. Unfortunately, I believe there's no way we can tag them because of the shape of a beaver. So it's quite difficult to monitor where they are. But I'm sure for the first 2 or 3 years, it'll be easier because we know how many's on the ground. It's only once they start to breed and the kids start to leave, well, things get a bit more difficult. Enough from me at the moment.
Thank you, John. Yeah, and John, I mean, as much as I can provide reassurance, I mean, as I said, we've written out to say about the flood banks. We've made it very clear that we'll stand behind that. We do want to see the national schemes pick it up, because it's not just a Cairngorms issue in the long run. These are going to be in other bits of Scotland, and there does need to be a consistent approach to that. But if it doesn't get picked up sufficiently, we'll still look at what we can do in the Cairngorms to stand behind that. So, as I said, that's as big a reassurance I hope that the Park Authority can provide. And as I said, happy to put that down in even plainer English. I don't know quite how I'll come up with the plainest sentence I can possibly come up with on that. But happy to do that. I think the other issues that you raise, I think, are able to be worked through in terms of that. We've got good evidence around those in terms of how that works. But the overall point around flood management, which is the big floods are going to be coming more and more. That's the modelling. We're getting some more climate modelling done at the moment, and there is a bigger conversation to be had around how that all works in the future. It's not a beaver conversation. It's a much wider conversation around flood management, but it's one that the Park Authority, farmers, communities as well, people living in the areas are all going to have a conversation around is how do we manage that, because it's going to be an ever-increasing issue within the national park.
Thanks, Grant. Always in favour. Thank you, John. Always in favour of plain English and clear messaging. I've got Derek, Bill, Eleanor, Anne, and Lachlan.
Thanks, Chair. It's not on beavers. It's on number 40, tourism. Just to ask Grant, does he have plans to meet with Murray Speyside Tourism?
Could I just hold for that until we finish on beavers?
Sorry, Chair, it was just that I thought Grant said he wanted questions on the paper as well, and that's why I came in when I did. But I will.
Thank you, Derek. Come back to Bill.
What's the potential financial implications of this? You know, we're not a particularly large authority, so and what risk is involved if we have to stop up to a particularly serious financial outflow?
Yeah, no, it's an absolutely valid question. In terms of the beavers in Manchester and Tayside, is that there have been 2 instances in 15 years where a beaver has been directly implicated in a flood bank issue in terms of a breach. That 15 years. Obviously, there are 1,000-ish beavers in the Tayside area. We're going to be releasing 2 families into locations. The implication in the short run is extremely low. On a 10 to 15 year horizon, there will be beavers in places probably where there may be issues. As I said, we need to get that mitigation scheme right nationally. But I think the actual risk financially to the authority in the short to medium term is very low.
Thank you, Grant. And Eleanor.
Phil has just brought up the point that was one of my points, is to, you know, agreement by the board today to you committing to that grant. What does that mean for board finances in 10 years' time if we've committed? Because I mean, it's huge sums of money, as I understand, to repair flood banks. So that was a question. Going back to what Russell said, I think Russell and I have been getting the same correspondence over the last fortnight or so, and there's real concern from farmers out there. And I don't take away from the work that staff have done in the consultation. I think it's all been good, been great, but the message is still not sinking in to the land managers. And it's okay to put out these brilliant numbers, you know, 500 odd folk responding, but really we need to give close attention to the folk whose livelihood are being affected. So I support Russell's call for a last minute meeting with these guys to see if anything can be done to allay their fears a wee bit more. And that's really what I ask. But I am concerned about us committing to finances to the future.
I mean, as I said, more than happy to meet and provide that reassurance again, verbally as well as in writing, as we've done. And so yeah, so happy to do that. Eleanor, and I think David wants to say something on the finance bit, so I'll let David say that.
Thanks, Brian. Yep, Eleanor, I've been liaising with Grant and others on this, as you would expect, on the potential financial consequences, and picking up Bill's point as well. It is something that it's difficult to identify a specific budget provision to make for at this point in time, because the whole process is evolving, and we wouldn't want to put a specific budget against that over the course of the next few months, because it's not a really crystallised liability as yet. So what we're looking at this point in time is probably a contingent liability that we have to be aware of, that there's a potential call on our resources at some point that may evolve, it may crystallise, it may not. And so that's part of our overall financial planning. I'll be liaising with the Resources Committee as we go through this process to highlight what we're doing in terms of financial management around this point, so that we can see through the Resources Committee monitoring how we are adapting our financial management in order to properly make provision for any payments that may have to actually arise out of these commitments that we're making. So there'll be more information will come to the board as we get through this point. I think the key thing for board members to understand is that I'm not looking at this moment in time to put a specific budget against this, because it's too diffuse, but I am managing it as part of the wider risk management process of the overall financial management for the authority.
Thank you, David. I've got Anne, followed by Lauren, Hannah and Fiona.
Thank you. My question was about financial resources, which you've covered, but Grant also alluded to national schemes. Were you talking about national flood schemes or national beaver schemes, first of all? And then I'll come back.
Yes, and not the flood side of things. That's a slightly different part. No, this is about the reforms to the agricultural payments in 2026 and the changes to agri-environment schemes and species management. So all the stuff around species management is all changing around that time. To exactly what yet, I can't say. But yeah, not the flood schemes. That's a different.
Thank you, because with flood schemes, it's a completely different conversation, and they're very, very stretched, and resources just aren't there nationally. So that was why. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Lauren.
Thanks, Convener. My questions or queries were also around the financial implications, and yeah, thank you, David. Any more transparency around that, as that worries me as obviously a very big risk that we're going to have to absorb potentially. And as we know, climate change is an amplifier, and there's going to be lots of other risks that we're going to have to manage. So yeah, any more transparency on that issue would be welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. And Hannah.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's actually been a really useful discussion to have about this. And I completely understand the concerns that people have. I think we should be congratulating the staff and the park in general and what they've managed to do in responding to concerns that have been raised both during the consultation and during this period. I think actually being able to say that we can step in and provide assurances is a huge thing, and we should be recognising that. Just kind of looking up then rather than down. I know a lot of the challenges around the uncertainty around the kind of longer term plan and those kind of mitigation schemes that could be in, and there seems to be a huge blank space that none of us are able to fill at the moment. Understanding that, is there anything we should be doing as an authority, as a board, to represent these views into this process, aware you're already doing a lot of that work, but is there anything we should be putting forward to say we're hearing these concerns, we're stepping in, what assurances can we be given that the government will step in the future, and we're not going to be doing this as a board for forever?
Yeah, so I mean, so at an officer level, we're obviously doing that in the Scottish Government all the time around that. And we did put in, as the board put in response to the last agricultural consultation 6 months ago, whenever that was. I'm sure there will be a number of consultations happening on what the different tiers actually will be and the monies for them. And I think we've got to be really strong in terms of what our views are in terms of putting into those, and with the Minister, and obviously Sandy can talk directly to the Minister on these issues as well when it comes to that bit of mitigation. It obviously doesn't sit necessarily within our Minister's portfolio, but is part of the overall portfolio, and we need to make sure that those agri-environment schemes cover species management properly. And it's not just about beavers, actually, it also covers things like other species that need to be taken account of. So there's a big bit of work there, but yeah, we're certainly on it, and that's something that I think the board can continue to reinforce over the next couple of years as well.
Fiona.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I agree with Hannah that it's been really a really useful discussion. This, I think it's really important that we can air our thoughts and views on this, and I think it's been really helpful to do this. I also want to follow up on something that Hannah said as well about the staff input to this, and I mentioned this before at a previous meeting, having been to one of the beaver blethers. I actually thought it was an exemplary approach that the Park Authority were taking in terms of consultation, in that being at that blether, the discussion there was very honest about the pros and the cons, and also how to mitigate the cons. There was the presence of so many different representatives, and including NFU, which I thought was really important. And it gave you that real sense of that opportunity to consider and discuss the impact on farming and crofting from their perspective. And for me, having heard people say that they thought that this is a really good consultative process, I think this is a template for us for the future. It's been an exemplar, and I think the more we can use this kind of approach in the future, the better.
Thank you, Fiona. We've got several other contributions, but given the importance of this, I want to take them, and that'll be Duncan next, followed by Peter, Sander, and John.
Yeah. First, I just want to say that I think it was good. Obviously, that the park, we got to go up to see South Clunes, and I think that was a good thing. And also the reassurances from Grant is another good thing. And I think everyone makes a good point in, how much are the park going to have to stump up for the flood banks, because it is a major amount of money. I think to help mitigate that, I think we need to make sure that the process of getting, if there is these beavers in these areas, that this is a quick and seamless process to remove these, and that will be a major kind of risk. That would downplay the risk majorly if these ones are removed quickly.
Thanks, Duncan. Andy wants to comment briefly.
Just to reassure you that is part of the mitigation plan that's now licence application, and as you know, we talked about that a lot at the South Clunes visit. So the Park Authority, we will identify areas of potential high impacts, which would be flood blanks less than 20 metres away from the river. We will map those areas of potentially high impact. We will increase monitoring as soon as any beavers is looking to establish or prospecting in adjacent territories and near the sites of potential high impact. And the whole point of the added CMPA resource is that we will be able to react quickly, we will be able to increase monitoring, and we will be able to be there. And should any of those impacts be considered to be potentially high risk, then we'll go straight through the mitigation hierarchy, which includes translocation.
Thank you, Andy. Peter.
Thank you. I'd like to echo Hannah and Fiona's comments. I think it was an excellent, wide-ranging and thorough consultation. So congratulations to the team for doing that. I think it has provided a lot of reassurance to land managers, particularly with the follow-up work. And I would highlight one element which Andy picked up on at the start, in that when licence applications go through, there is a legal process. And so there's people who are looking for reassurance that legal ramifications for the licence being delivered. And so there's quite a lot of extra reassurance through the licensing process, and that shouldn't be underestimated about what that means in terms of what we have to deliver on.
Thank you, Peter. Looking to wrap up now, but to take Sander and John.
Thanks, convener. We have quite a lot of experience with beavers down my way, and I think it's broadly agreed it was possibly one of the worst places to reintroduce them because of the topography. But I was quite interested when we were out on a site visit, and I have to say I was quite sceptical at that point that the topography being quite different and where we're proposing to reintroduce them here gave me a degree of reassurance. My question is, however, to follow up on some of the other people's points, but from a slightly different angle in terms of the money side. As a non-departmental public body, we are part of government and therefore self-insure unless we are legally required to take out commercial insurance, and therefore we're not allowed to. Presumably, because we are undertaking work half of the government, as it were, as in this respect, we have been consulting with them over these discussions, because obviously this is a fairly significant risk, and I'm sure the chair of the Audit and Risk Committee and the Audit and Risk Committee will consider it as part of the risk register for going forward. Presumably, there is an opportunity for us to seek some reassurance from the sponsor that should we experience a significant degree of loss, that they would engage with us over those potential losses, given, as we've discussed, our fairly small budget in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, it's just say we've obviously done what we're looking to do past the British government side of things. We're in contact with them, and exactly that. If there was something down the line, we'd obviously be in close contact with our sponsor team as to how that works in terms of anything that's associated with that we felt was beyond currently work.
David, to follow up on that.
Yep, thanks. And just to follow up, Sander, on our own internal financial approach, I think the closest comparison I can give to something that we've done in the past that some members may be aware of is as we went through the EU Leader programme, the members, any remaining that were on the Audit and Risk Committee or the Finance Committee at the time, will recall that we recognised, because of the fairly audit-heavy process that Leader went through, there was always the potential for some potential reclaims where expenditure that we made was deemed subsequently to be ineligible. That's a similar position to this, in that you can't at the time crystallise or identify what that quantum of finance might be, but you can identify that there is a significant and sufficiently strong risk of some financial event happening. So in order to deal with that, what we did was to make a provision in our accounts and to have some finances available in that provision that allowed for us to have some finance available to call on if and when some liability actually materialised. And that's broadly the line that I am looking at taking at this point, because it's a similar sort of a circumstance, and that's so it's a kind of double edge to this, in that you're quite right to flag up there's the Scottish Government aspect of it that expects that kind of self-insurance, and this is part of our own internal response to that from a kind of prudent risk mitigation point of view from a financial perspective.
Yeah, very briefly, just to say I think that's fairly reassuring in terms of managing the risk, and I think it's worth noting as a long-term member of the Finance Committee that we move quite a lot of money around during the year, and therefore meeting unexpected demands at reasonably short notice might not be as much of a challenge as people think it is. So I think that's fairly reassuring, and as I say, I'm sure the Audit and Risk Committee will keep on top of the risk side.
Thanks very much. Let's take final contributions from John and Steve.
Thank you very much, everybody. Just a couple of small points. One, we basically can't get insurance for our flood banks. It's too high a risk. And the other thing, we have got to make sure this does not go wrong, because as a park, we need to take these farmers and landowners along with us. And they are the key to the workings of the park. So it is important we get it right. It's looking, we've turned a corner, with what discussions we've had last night and today, and hopefully it'll give folk reassurance, and that is the important thing. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. And Steve.
Yeah, I've just been reflecting on the discussion this morning, which I think has been really good. I would say if what seems to have happened here is that the park and the staff have listened to what they've been told, what the feedback that they've got, and they have changed their plan. So the sign of a good consultation and a good process is if you've changed your plan and you've changed your approach, and I can see that Grant and Andy have absolutely done that. I think the next task, which I think you've committed to, is to reach out again and be really clear about that, so people are as reassured as they possibly can be that you're there for them for the next 3 years, and if necessary for longer. I think if you can get that message across, I think this has gone beyond exemplary. It's almost like an award process, because nobody's really done this before in this way, and this has been a really effective thing done. So congratulations. Seems to me there's one last hurdle to get over and one last bit of very honest discussion to be had, so people are as short as they can.
Thanks, Steve. Again, I'd just like to personally commend staff for listening. As a board, as an authority, we need to listen. We have done, and come up with a scheme, a mitigation scheme, far in excess of anything being offered anywhere else in the country. At the meeting last night with the Chair and Chief Executive of NatureScot, we were being described as exemplars. I think this is an example of that. So to conclude, Grant, you will write in plain language, to be vetted perhaps by John, to expand on the compensation mitigation measures on offer, and will, as early as conceivably possible, meet with farmers and crofters to discuss and to answer any outstanding questions. Thank you very much. I'll now apologise to Derek for cutting him off in his prime and invite him to come back in with the point.
Thank you, Chair. I accept your apology. It was on tourism, number 40. Do you have plans, Grant, to meet with Murray Speyside Tourism like you've been meeting with Aberdeenshire going forward?
I can just say on that. I mean, that was a meeting that's in Sandy's, but yeah, we met with that, and yet more. And we're trying to get around as many as possible. So yes, Murray Speyside is on the list.
Thank you very much. I'm reassured.
Russell.
Hey, thank you. About the Capercaillie section of your paper, Grant, I just wondered, Would it be possible for us to have a paper before the board to talk about the next stage of the Capper Cayley project? Because obviously there's a lot of work ongoing with it. But I mean, I've been on the board for a year and I just kind of know what's going on. I don't know if we've had a proper discussion about it at board level, and could we have a paper about that soon, please?
So we had a paper. I mean, the Capper Cayley project's coming to an end in December, so there'll be a wrap-up project on that, or like wrap-up thing on that. In terms of the last board, we discussed that when there's any strategic issues, they'll be brought back to the board associated with the next action plan. That's still in hand. So when anything, we will bring that back to the board in due course. So I think that was one of the action points from the previous board. Yeah, it goes to the performance committee regularly. So obviously there's been papers going on that all the way through. But in terms of I suppose the difference between the Capper project, which is now formally coming to a close, and then the next bit of work, which is the spatial plan, which it was agreed that any of the strategic issues would come back to the board in due course. So there's still work happening on that at the moment, rather than there's nothing to bring back right at this point. Yeah.
And Eleanor.
Yeah, just a quick question on paragraph 27 on equalities, and it's really 27B where there's new policies on gender diversity and who all has been consulted, but what part does the board play in these new policies that come forward?
I can get David to answer that.
So the policies, as they always do, have come up through our management group in terms of developing policies as are required to be implemented within the organisation to help our organisational management of the staff group. The consultation has gone through the normal process in terms of that particular policy went out to the Equalities Advisory Panel for their advice. It went through the internal consultative process. After it went through our management team, the draft was approved for consultation and went through the staff consultative forum in the normal way. From a board perspective, board members get to see that process through the Resources Committee. So the Resources Committee has sight of the staff consultative forum minutes as a standing item. And there are a couple of members of the Resources Committee who are nominated to attend the Staff Consultative Forum and can see and are involved from that point of view from a board perspective on the Staff Consultative Forum process. And then, so from that point of view, any discussion of policy development tends to take place at the Resources Committee as part of its overview of our HR management processes.
Yeah, I get all that when it's a policy solely concentrating on staff. I get that as an acceptable way of doing it. But if it's a policy that's slightly wider than staff, then I would have thought some sort of board discussion.
So these are staff.
These are staff.
These are not wider. They're not policies for wider things. They are about the staff group.
Yep.
So it's got nothing to do with people and signing and things like that.
No, it's to do with the staff group, how we operate as a staff group.
Yeah, I would just like to see a bit more board and what is.
I can chat to you separately about that. I mean, we're getting into the territory now, I would suggest, of elements of what is strategic and operational and what is board level and what is executive management responsibility. And so, you know, I think I'm pretty clear on the process that we've had through the policy evolution. As with all policies, as Grant's just said, these are policies that cover our staff group and our management of the staff group and our deployment of the staff group. The policies also cover contractors and others that come into the building because they are still interacting with the staff group and our staff group interact with them. That still seems to me, I'm entirely comfortable that everything that we've been covering through that policy development work is part of that operational management of the staff group. I'm certainly happy, Eleanor, to have a chat with you about where you see any potential interaction coming into the strategic management of the board, but I am comfortable that there's good board scrutiny and oversight of what's going on through the Resources Committee process.
Yeah, I'm happy with that, but I just, when I see that, we're being recognised as a progressive organisation, I think that progression should have board oversight as to make sure it's the way that the board see the organisation progressing.
Yeah, and again, the assurance process that we have at the moment operates through the delegation by the board to the Resources Committee for oversight of these HR type processes. If there's points where part of the committee responsibilities under the terms of reference is to identify if there's anything that is felt to be worthwhile escalating back either to the Governance Committee or the full board. We've not come across anything like that in our discussions. I don't think there's been anything like that that merits it. But certainly, again, from Russell's perspective as chair of the Resources Committee, I'm happy to have a chat with both you and Eleanor and Russell to see if there's anything that's coming across this particular policy development that we've missed. But I'm fairly comfortable that we've not.
Yeah, I think the other point I'd lay out there is it's very clear in the framework agreement where these things lie. That's been approved by the board, but that's our framework agreement, and these policy developments sit firmly in the staff side.
Yeah, I'd like to move on. Time's running late, but John, very briefly.
It's branding. I touched on it with Grant a couple of weeks ago. Agricultural budget's been cut. There's not a lot we can do subsidy-wise, but maybe we could do a bit more in the branding. Park beef and park lamb and park game deer. There is possibly a slight room to be got on that. And I don't know whether we can take a wee bit of a step forward in that. I think it could be a good thing for the area. Thank you.
Yeah, we're having a look at the moment on the venison side, in particular, associated with some of the work we're doing around that. The beef and the sheep has always been a much more difficult thing due to where beasts are finished and how you. There was quite a big study done 2015 or something like that, where it was looked at in a lot of detail and it was felt that it wouldn't work. But it's not to say that there aren't places where it might work in some of the smaller producers, but certainly some of the bigger systems, the branding stuff doesn't work just because it's very difficult to say that came from the national park because it was movement.
Thank you. Sandra.
Yeah, just on this point, for John, I'm the interim chair of the Economic Steering Group. Actually, it'd be really interesting to maybe have a discussion, Murray, at a future meeting and have some of the farming community along there and have that discussion with CBP around as the people who do a lot of the branding promotion and see if there is something we can maybe do there in a soft way actually around that. But that seems like quite a good opportunity for us to take that forward because the Minister is very keen on promotion of venison in particular. So I think there is some opportunity around that.
Just to say that there has been a change in maybe since 2015. There's more and more places are fattening that right now. So there has been a change in policy. Less cows and fatten off it.
And to be clear, we set up the new brand to have exactly the ability to have made in the national park, and so it's all sitting there, so it can be used. It's just trying to make sure that it's used in the right way. But more than happy to have that chat.
Murray, very briefly, please.
Yeah, just to make a connection with another part of the CEO report, there's notification that we've been re-awarded the Charter for Sustainable Tourism, and in the report that we considered from the International Verifier, one of the 5 bullet points that he picked up was that he felt we could be doing more work around that general area. So there's a good cross connection there to pick that work up.
Thank you very much, and I think that concludes the CEO's report. I've got no sense of history in this, but I suspect it's the longest CEO report ever, and well worth every minute. Thank you, Grant. Moving on to paper 2, item 6, the Active Cairngorms Action Plan. Now, this is for decision. It'll be introduced by Murray Ferguson, Director of Planning and Rural Development. Murray.
Okay, good morning again, members. I'm going to keep this fairly brief. I'm joined today by Colin Simpson, our Head of Service, and Adam Streeter-Smith, our Recreation and Access Manager. A lot of work's been done on this, so thanks to them, and they're going to help answering any of your questions. We're not going to cover
fire issues, although they are mentioned in this paper, because I suggest that's more comprehensively covered under the next paper. We need this action plan for 3 reasons. First of all, we said we'd do it when we prepared the National Park Partnership Plan. Secondly, it's an important area of work where a very high degree of collaboration is required from land managers, communities, visitors themselves. And this action plan helps put some shape on how we'll deliver the targets that we'd already set out in the National Park Partnership Plan. And thirdly, preparing this plan means that we will actually be able to produce less annual plans as we've had to do in the past. But we will, of course, still be reporting annually to the board. In terms of the process, I want to thank Gaynor Rogers, who's a recently retired board member, and John Grierson, who's the chair of the Local Electoral Access Forum. They sat on a project board that oversaw all this work. And I know that when Gaynor retired from the board, she was in touch with Sandy, commending this work and the process that had gone on preparing the plan. In doing this, we're very much building on a lot of work that happened during the COVID period, because we've really seen, as we said in the paper, exemplary levels of collaboration. It's a step change in terms of the sort of collaboration that we had before COVID, and we might want to talk about that. In terms of the process, probably between 130 to 150 people have been involved in discussing the plan. We've kept the consultation on it fairly modest because we were building on all the good work that happened when we prepared the National Park Partnership Plan. But we have, of course, done all the important impact assessments to do with equalities and protected species and habitats and designated sites, etc. Just commenting briefly on a few of the key issues. Managing disturbance from recreation, that's all covered in an annex to the action plan itself. There's the last 6 pages plus the map. And that's all about taking a stronger spatially orientated approach to the management of that issue. Previously, we've tended to deal with that on a whole park basis, but we think we need to zoom in on particular parts of the park and make sure we're being especially strategic about it. In doing that, we're building on the work that Russell was mentioning that had been done through the Capercaillie project, where there's been some exemplary work done working with mountain bike and dog walking communities, etc. We're conscious that in these areas we're identifying on that map, there's not a one-size-fits-all approach, and we need different approaches in different areas. And in working out what's the best approach, we still need to work with communities, with land managers, with users, etc. Second issue, just to comment on the Managing for Visitors agenda, we just really need to keep the focus on that collaborative effort as we all get used to living with COVID. We can't lapse back into what we had before COVID. We've got to keep up the momentum. On rangers, we've got a unique approach in the park, as we've tried to set out. We know that to many degrees we're the envy of other protected areas. We've got this blended approach with 14 different employers of rangers, all working as part of one big family. Key to making that work is that the CNPA ranger resource, our own staff team, needs to be able to work dynamically and flexibly across the whole park. It would be a mistake for that resource to get bogged down in helping any particular land manager. So we've got to keep that dynamic working well. And that's also very important that we've got this robust, dynamic, flexible approach, especially when we're considering these big issues to do with climate, fires, floods, etc. We need a dynamic staff resource to help land managers. And lastly, the volunteer cairngorms work. This is very much an approach that's closely rooted in the whole ethos we've got to managing the park. We want this to be a park for all, a park where everyone's involved and they're committing their time and energy and resources. We've got ambitious targets in the partnership plan, and there's some new ideas about how we'll do that in the action plan. Yesterday, I was down at the AGM of Outdoor Access Trust for Scotland, and I brought back that brand new publication on behalf of Duncan Bryden, who's the chair of OATS and of course the ex-convener of this board. That organisation started in the national park and it's now gone on to work nationally, and they've got some really interesting ideas and approaches to solving complex visitor management problems in a sustainable way, so that the money raised from car parks goes back in to looking after passing the park. Xander and I were along at the launch of the Benaglow car park, and there's pictures of that in that report. So we'll look forward to working further with OATS in due course. That's all I was planning to say. There's several recommendations in the paper, most of which are just for noting, and the important one is about approving the action plan.
Thank you much. Any comments or questions? Ellen.
Yeah, many thanks. I like the layout, and I especially like the little case study bits. I think that's good and it's interesting for folk reading it. I don't know how many folk will read it, but anyway. I've got two questions, two points. The first one is a question. Projects that are indicated as being Cairngorm 2030, what does that mean for the rest of the park that are out with that specific area? You know, will that project still run in some format out with the 2030 area?
The most directly relevant set of projects in the Cairngorms 2030 programme are to do with active travel, because that's obviously about how people move around and about in the park, and those are quite geographically specific where we're prioritising that work. Colin, I'm sure you can say a lot more about that. Is that what you were meaning?
Yeah, that was kind of just when it was within this plan. And my other bit is, maybe I'm too old, but litter health and education feature quite strongly in this, and they were never seen as really our core business. And I'm not saying it's wrong that they feature, but it kind of worries me a wee bit when we're suddenly becoming the lead partner for delivery on these items, and I just wonder what the thinking is there. Is it because there's a pot of money there that we can access to deliver it, or you know, why are we taking on which is council, health, NHS, education? I just think we're straying out with our core.
Yeah, well, maybe the health agenda is very much part of the Cairngorms 2030 programme, and there's quite a significant element there that is to do with green health, all of which is based on people being active and active health in the outdoors, so it's quite close to our agenda. And perhaps say more about that if you wish. The litter issue is very much about us bringing partners together who are working on it on a voluntary basis. It's absolutely not taking on anybody else's statutory responsibility. So we would do that very much in collaboration with local authority officers who are responsible for waste and waste management. But it's just to try it. You know, we know there's a lot of good voluntary litter. Well, there's some good voluntary litter activity happening within the park. I feel we could support that better by occasionally bringing those partners together and making sure they're working well with our ranger team, etc. It's absolutely not about taking on anyone else's waste management functions.
Thank you very much. We have Fiona followed by Anne and Hannah. Sorry, Bob.
Thank you. Good work. Really nice to see this. I too like the case studies, and it struck me when I was reading the Trail Feathers project case study of the mountain bikers, that the work that we've done with them on the Capercaillie project. That keeps coming up as used as an example of how you can work well with communities of interest. You know, so rather than just local communities, actually thinking about communities of interest and how we can engage with them, get them on site and get them working with us. And that example is often used for other projects that I'm aware of. And I think for me, it's quite, because of that, I kind of feel that we can learn from what we've done in terms of that communities of interest approach and engagement approach that we've taken, and how we can maybe use that learning to do further engagement with other communities of interest for other projects, other work that we're doing. Because I do think that has been something, you know, again, I hate we've been using this word exemplar a lot this morning, but it's another one you know, and it is held up as an exemplar, and it's, you know, other projects are being, you know, it's been suggested to them to look at what we've done in terms of that.
Thank you, Fiona. Anne and Thornton.
Thank you. It was on the back of what Eleanor said and the question that she was asking, and it came up. Your response, you said that you're working with bringing local voluntary groups together, for example, regarding littering, and that made me wonder: are you liaising with local authorities over this? Because local authorities also have who are represented within the park and are responsible for waste management within the park areas. Are you liaising with them regarding this as well? And is there duplication of effort there? Because local authorities already liaise with community groups, etc., regarding littering. So is there a clash there and duplication of effort? Thank you.
Yes, we are liaising with local authorities. Local authority representatives were along at the most recent meeting we had about this. We didn't want to bring our representative from each of the 5 local authorities together, but we've liaised generally through the area managers, and we've had very positive support from them that what we're doing here is adding value to what they're doing anyway, because they have the equipment, they have the tools, they want more volunteers out there collecting litter, using local knowledge as and when appropriate. So generally had a good response, but happy to talk to you further about that online if it's not working in any particular area.
Could I come back? You said that you didn't speak to all the local authorities. If you have a conversation just with 1 or 2 local authorities, that doesn't necessarily translate to speaking to all the local authorities involved. So I have a little alarm bell ringing there in my head that all the local authorities weren't involved in that. Just by given what you said, and all local authorities would need to be involved, because there isn't necessarily cross local authority work on that sort of thing. There are on other things, but not on that. Thank you.
Point taken. Yep. Lauren.
Thank you. I've got quite a lot. But just maybe if we're starting with questions, I think under 9B, I think the principles are really great, but the third principle or second principle is evidence-based actions. Some of the, I guess, questions that I've been fielded as a board member is, what is the evidence that recreation is impacting on disturbance, and how can we be more forthcoming about where we're getting that data, and how can we communicate that data to especially the outdoor recreation community. Obviously there's been brilliant work done with the mountain bike community, but out with that sort of trail association, I'm not going to call it a bubble, but that community, how can we kind of be really transparent about the evidence and the academics that we're applying to make these decisions? Because I think if we can do that, it would be really useful, so that the outdoor recreation community don't feel that we're being targeted unfairly. Thank you.
Okay, well, maybe give you 3 examples. In relation to Capercaillie, I think you'll know, because of the extensive work that's been done on Capercaillie, that a number of different issues were identified. I think there was 4 specific things that Nature Scots Scientific Board were recommending that collective work was done on, and one of those was to do, some of those things were to do with genetics and fences and predators, which I'm not going to get into, but one of those 4 things was very much to do with the impacts of recreation, and there's been a lot of academic work done on that, which we've discussed with stakeholders at 2 quite significant workshops. So I think in relation to Capercaillie, there's quite a good level of evidence that we've discussed in a very wide way. At Loch Kinnaird, on the Muir of Dinnet National Nature Reserve, we were approached by Nature Scot, and heard a little bit about this last night from the Chair and Chief Executive of Nature Scot, where they had a particular issue with changes to water access at that site, and a significant concern about decline in goldeneye. And they worked with us and developed a new management approach, which effectively resulted in less watercraft on the site and less swimming at the site. And very quickly the evidence showed there was an tick in the golden eye at that night. And then thirdly, we've identified on the map areas where for quite some time there's been a known conflict between raptor breeding sites and climbing activity. Voluntary restrictions have been reached between the climbing community and the raptor interests, so that people are avoiding those sites for a short period of time at key times of the year. We've always discussed these things with our local outdoor access forum, which is open and transparent. We encourage people to come along. Always keen to take an evidence-based approach. So I'm sure there's more examples within the park, but those are probably the top three that we've picked.
Yeah, great, thank you. I just, I think, you know, as members of the outdoor recreational community, I think, you know, 99% of us want to be responsible and feel responsible for the places that we play. I just, maybe just a bit of a comment of how we can get that evidence-based approach and into the wider community. I think that could do our aims some.
Maybe ask Colin to say a little bit more about our work with the Scottish Outdoor Recreation Association, which brings together recreation bodies at a national level.
Yeah, thanks, Murray. Yeah, the Scottish Outdoor Recreation Association bring together the national governing bodies of a number of the key organisations that will tend to, or the key sports that will tend to take place in this area. So mountaineering, canoeing, orienteering, etc. have all been involved. And they were quite heavily involved in helping us pull this together as well, giving examples from their areas. And I think, as Murray says, things are very much on a kind of case-to-case basis, because different sports or different activities will have different impacts in different places and at different times of year. And generally things have been worked up, as Fiona was suggesting, from the bottom up. So another example to add to the ones Murray gave is work quite closely with Scottish Orienteering Association, and in the Pinewoods in this area where there might be impacts on Capercaillie, they don't host any of their events in the spring or the summer. They wait until the autumn once it's less sensitive. So I think there's good examples of working through these governing bodies, because they have the expertise on the sport, and our colleagues have the expertise on the locations and the species that we need to be careful of.
And lastly, maybe just say that although Colin and I are doing the talking here just now, Adam was recently out in Munich at an international conference looking at sport and nature issues, because there is quite a lot, I'm sure you're aware, there's quite a lot of interest in how do we encourage participation in sport in a way that is still respecting and conserving nature. And I think from Adam's brief report to me when he came back, we're absolutely at the front edge of this work in Europe. So I'm sure we've got things still to learn from others, but we again, I think, are taking quite an example.
Thanks, Murray and Colin. Hannah.
Yeah, thank you. You almost preempted my question there, which is a good sign, possibly. I was really interested to read the kind of spatial approach for recreational disturbance, not least because I think it's a really well summarised, excellent attempt to balance that very delicate situation around kind of our responsibilities to manage access and protected species. And I think it kind of tucked away to a degree, so it may sound quite small scale, but actually this is so key to what we can do as an authority, like finding that balance between people and nature and how it can work together. So I think my question was, I think it's very impressive what we're kind of trying to do here. I'm interested in what the larger conversations are in Scotland and Europe, particularly around, you know, people look to Scotland, I think, in terms of our right to roam and that kind of us as an exemplar in that, and now they're looking at us how we can manage that in terms of our responsibilities to species. So it's interesting to know, are we an exemplar in this? Is it working? And are therefore, should we be shouting about this a little more, that we're trying to do this, and saying that, you know, we're managing this well?
No, thank you very much for that. Yeah, so if I can give you a couple of examples of perhaps where historically we've kind of led in this area of work. So some members may be aware that, for example, outdoor access events were a particular challenge in different parts of the park, especially in places like Glenmore. And very early on in the Park Authority's life, we sought to develop guidance on outdoor access events that brought together all of those particular issues around impacts on visitor enjoyment, impacts on sensitive sites and sensitive species, impacts on communities from that from areas of the park becoming particularly popular for kind of large scale events. And we wrote guidance on that, and we've referred to in this plan an opportunity to update that. And that guidance was subsequently then adopted at a national level, so we very much led on the front on that. And yes, I think in terms of that wider conversation in Scotland, I think some of it's a little bit tied in with some of the other conversation that's happening around just the fact that post-pandemic, lots of places are particularly, more and more busy, and there are those particular kind of hotspot issues. But I think, yes, across the nation, there are numerous species that are being challenged by recreation disturbance. Classics would be things like grey seals, ground nesting birds on kind of beaches and those sorts of things. And I think we are, way ahead of others in terms of bringing together a variety of different partners and working together to kind of come up with solutions for that.
Thank you, Lauren.
Yeah, thank you. So my first question, I guess, was round about where can we find the data to show that we're leading with this evidence-based approach. But I think my second piece is just around, well done. This is a very good paper. I think it's written very sensitively, and I think these are difficult issues. So congratulate the staff on that. The only thing I think is very, very, very risky is in Appendix 1. Let me get this up. It's Map 2. I don't think we should be publishing any maps, and this is for a couple of reasons. I think the pragmatic approach that has been shown by the staff, which I commend, is very good, and I think a lot of this starts in a very pragmatic approach, but in the wrong hands can then very quickly turn into an ideological approach, and that is something that we want to avoid as much as possible. And I think if you start drawing squares on a map and start saying, well, you can't come here, or this is a high area of interest, I think you could then start, for those wanting to, with our well intentions, people misinterpreting that and saying, and landowners saying, well, I've got areas of sensitive, I've got areas that are being disturbed, so why don't I get my area on the map? And why no? And I'm going to start trying to block access. And I just think that is a very dangerous road to go down. And I think it's a can of worms that we should be very, very careful about opening up. Also, I'm not sure, I'll let my nature colleagues come in on this, but also highlighting where some of sensitive species are. I'm not really too sure if that's, I guess, a sensible thing to do. So I think I wouldn't be I'm not in favour of publishing map. I think the wording is good. I think the principles are good, but I think if we start publishing maps and we start, blocking off areas on the map, it could end up becoming an ideological approach instead of a pragmatic approach. And if that happens, I think we will start to see clashes between different stakeholders, and that is something that we definitely do not want to get into. So I'm not happy to proceed or vote on this if Map 2 is included.
Okay, thanks for that. Yes, as you can imagine, this is an issue we've considered at length and discussed internally within the staff team and with Nature Scott and colleagues. But we feel that the map is important, partly to, I think as members were saying before, to be open and transparent about where we are already doing this work and what our plans are going forward. To do this, we need to take a spatially targeted approach, and we very much want to take the users with us, as we've talked about a few times before. I know that when the work was done through the Trail Feathers work that Fiona referred to, it was very much on this basis that we needed to share with the user community what the sensitivities are in order to develop their understanding. And that led to very positive conversations about, well, I had no idea that my presence in this forest at this time was causing a problem. Now that I know that, I'm willing, because there is broad support for nature conservation, to modify my behaviour and do something else. So it's very much part of that process of taking people with us. We've tried to explain in the report that this map we wouldn't propose to put this in our visitor leaflets. This is not going to be in any signs. And as Eleanor hinted, very few people will probably read this action plan, but it's also important that you agree it, because it does help set the direction of travel in terms of the policy approach that we're taking. I didn't pick up the point before, but when Fiona mentioned it, we drew together, Adam drew together all the access officers in the UK from all the UK national parks, and Carolyn, who works with the Capercaillie project, gave a fantastic presentation showing off the work we've done with the Trail Feathers project, and also with the Let It Be campaign, which is another targeted campaign. And I would strongly recommend that before Carolyn leaves and the Capercaillie project is formally closed down, that you get a chance to see those presentations, because the access officer community from across the UK, they were absolutely blown away by the quality of the work and where we've managed to get to in a relatively short time. So I would strongly urge that the map is important, and we're trying to get this balance right to proving it now, but not promoting it in our visitor-facing material.
Thank you, Murray. Peter.
No, just to pick up on the natural heritage side, using priority areas, potential disturbance areas, is a kind of widely accepted approach to not giving any really sensitive information away. So you don't know where the dots or the big areas were a golden eye or a golden eagle. That's the best way to do it. So you don't say what is in a specific location. You just call it sensitive, and you don't actually discuss publicly what that sensitivity is. So I'd say I'm pretty comfortable from a rare species and sensitive species that this approach seems to be reasonable and proportionate.
Yeah, thank you, Peter, in terms of coming in on that. For me, I feel uncomfortable. Most of these areas are also in Baden Constras Bay, and what is there to stop then other landowners, like I said, with our good intentions, or well-meaning intentions, and not so well-meaning landowners going, well, where's my sensitive area? Where can we carve out, our area for disturbance? And I just think these things always start with good intentions, but in the wrong hands can cause quite a lot of conflict between user groups. So I'd like it minuted that I feel very nervous about this, because I guess my other question is around,
Just on that point, Lauren, before we go on to a different point, is that this isn't a case that somebody else can then say, I want to have a sensitive area. The point is these have been done based on criteria where you have species-prone disturbance and you have high recreation pressure.
Mm-hmm.
So there are other places where you have sensitive species, but you don't have high recreation pressure, and there are other places where we've got high recreation pressure where we don't have any species there, so they're not included. So the criteria is pretty well set. So it's not like somebody can go, I want to see this place, become part of this. It's like, well, no, you don't meet the thing. So I don't think that can happen, and it's certainly not the intention. That's not how we intend to use it. It's to try and guide us to make sure these are the key places where there is that interaction, and we're looking at what resource we might need to put in there, or how we do that slightly differently, and building on the work the Caver project has done and others, to then say that needs to be expanded out to these other places. So I don't think, I take the worry, I understand that, but it's not, that's not how it would, somebody can't just say, well, my area is also sensitive, because if you just did sensitivity, you'd basically have the Cairngorms National Park.
Yeah, that's
so
kind of my
So it's not that, that's not the driving force. The driving force is where you've got the interaction between the two.
Thanks, Grant, and concerns noted, Lauren.
Yeah, I think my final point was just around how is this going to be rangered and supported, because we, as you can see from the paper, we are coming from some fiscal constraints, and the ranger service does cost a lot of money. And I think, as my experience as somebody, who moved here for outdoor recreation, I have never seen the outdoor recreation work so well in recent memory with our nature colleagues. And I just think if it's not being managed by us or by private landowners, what could happen is well-intentioned members of the public, try and ranger it themselves. And we have seen that across the park, especially on land owned by NGOs. And so I just would maybe like some reassurances that these sensitive areas and the approach would be adequately managed by the Ranger Service and by us. So that's everything.
Yes, no, I think I fundamentally agree. There's a target in the National Park Partnership Plan about keeping the number of rangers stable within the 5-year period, and that is really important. And I know that this last season the rangers were using these areas and were doing 5 o'clock in the morning patrols to help support the Let It Be campaign, or having those professional conversations with visitors. And yes, it is important we keep an appropriate degree of control over who's doing that sensitive work. I'm confident we've got the structures in place through the Local Outdoor Access Forum and our Managing for Visitors group that if any sensitivities arose around that, we would pick them up.
Murray, thank you very much. I think that's all the contributions. So, to be clear, the board's being asked to approve that action plan, Annex 1, note the summary of engagement that's gone on in preparation of the plan, Annex 2, note that a paper will be brought back to the board annually to report on the progress with delivery and promote discussion and engagement on delivery. Note the work that's been undertaken by Cairngorms National Park Authority and partner organisations on the management for visitors in 2023, and note the summary of the grants awarded by Cairngorms National Park Authority to partners as part of the Visitor Infrastructure Improvement Programme. Are we content to approve? Thank you very much. And at this point, I would say thank you to Murray and the entire team for an incredible amount of work and an excellent paper. And we'll now take a break for 10 minutes before coming to our next paper. Thank you. Board, if you could take your seats, please. Thank you. That's okay.
I think this is one of the coldest I ever
Board members, if you could resume your seats, please. We're about to begin. Right, again, thank you, Board. Order, we're moving on to item 7, paper 3, fire management bylaws, proposed consultation. So this is for decision. It will be introduced by Grant Moyer, our CEO. The board is asked to agree to proceed to a public consultation based on 3 options as outlined in this paper, starting in January 2024 for 8 weeks. And again, just to be absolutely clear, given some external commentary, this is not a debate about the merits of the different options. This is about agreeing to consult and gather views. Those views will help us have a more informed debate on the options in a future board meeting. But obviously, each option has pros and cons, but we're not being asked to take a position on those at this stage. Grant.
Yeah, thank you, Sandy. Yes, so just in terms of the paper, obviously sets out exactly that, which is we think that the best way to gather feedback on this issue is to go out with quite a wide consultation, really, to get views, because there are lots of differing views. There are lots of different routes on this to look at how we do mitigate some of the potential around wildfires in the national park going forward. Just to put this in a little bit of context, there's 2 things on this. So one is there's the work ongoing on the integrated wildfire management plan, which Colin is leading on, and that work's proceeding well. And we've had a discussion at CUAG, and I think there'll be an update at CUAG, the Kingdom's Upland Advisory Group, happening again on the something of December, whenever the meeting is. I'm trying to remember now, but the next couple of weeks is the next CUAG meeting, and then we'll be looking to take that back to the board sometime in the spring and summer as drafts are developed. So there's a lot of work ongoing on that bigger issue around that in the park. This is running in parallel to that, and the idea around this is, as I said, is to try and be as wide as possible, to go out to people and to get those views in around these 3 options. I'm sure other options will come up as well during the consultation. I'm sure those are not the only 3. So and already people are putting in different views on that. But that's exactly what we want to do, is to generate a bit of ideas coming in. We will then look at all of that feedback from people, and we'll come back with a consultation report to the board, and we'll come back with what we think is the best option going forward for the national park, and the board can make a decision on that. And then it kicks into a whole load of other process after that. So even if we did decide to go down the route of a bylaw, there's then a further 12-week consultation that needs to get done, and then you need to take that to ministers, and the ministers need to make a decision on that. So there's a fair old process in terms of any bylaw that we may wish to do, and of course we still may not go down that route at all. There is, as I said, one of the options is no bylaw. Let's do something different, and in terms of just the voluntary approach, there has been, I think it's fair to say, some strong lobbying over the past week with board members on certain aspects, but I just wanted to make it very clear that the two bylaw options that are within the paper both have a part of them about Muirburn, and both of them mention that those bylaws would stop that during a period of high fire risk. That is the only impact on Muirburn within the paper, in terms of it would be an offence if you went down those routes to do that within a period of high fire risk within both bylaws. Again, we'll ask people directly on that as to whether they think that that is the right thing to do or not within the consultation. And the consultation paper will set out the pros and cons of these three options in as much detail as we can to try and make sure that we get everyone's views on that. But there are lots of different views out there from everyone already, and the discussions we've had have made that pretty clear. I think it's a good thing to do. I think it's the right thing to do, because I don't think there is a set idea yet as to what is the best option. So I think going out and getting those views is the right thing, and happy to take any questions on that.
Thank you, Grant. I've got Peter followed by John.
Thank you. In an attempt to understand the evidence base for wildfire causes, Councillor Blackett has kindly contacted the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service representative for her Marr ward, asking for data on the causes of recent wildfires that they'd attended. And they supplied data for the last summer, where there were 5 incidents. Interesting, 2 of these were classified as controlled burning from forestry works. The first incident involved fires, 3 fires, and the second incident was 2 days later, was reignited fires. Therefore, when we choose the language, if we go out to consultation, if we choose the language, I think it's important that we look at controlled burning and not automatically assume that that means Muirburn. There are other sorts of controlled burning. Muirburn is an example of that. And I think it's important that we recognise that there are other controlled burning management techniques, and that if we do go forward with this, that the language is careful on that. That was all.
Happy with that? Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Sean.
Yes, thank you very much. This is another one where we need to be taking the landowners along with us. I think fire, I know living in Nethy Bridge, we've got trees right up to the house lines, and it is a real worry. I know the last couple of fires, I was involved in putting them out, and it is a worrying thing for communities. I think it's important that we watch for fuel loads in the forest floors, and we need to be careful that it doesn't get out of hand. I heard an Australian story where a guy there was 5 houses in a small community, and he cut down all the trees around his house, and he got fined from the council £30,000 or £40,000. The big fires come through, and it was only a house left standing because he had no trees around it. So it is a worry for folk, and there's probably nothing better than a keeper to control a fire. They have done a good job, and I think that they are reasonably sensible in not doing it in dry periods. And I think we need to support the estates, because we do need young vegetation. Old rank heather doesn't do anything any good, and I mean, most guys hopefully would have enough sense not to do it in high fire risks. We have to watch. It's this barbecues. They seem to, the last 2 in Nethy were barbecues, and that's where the risk is. Educating the public. I mean, the very odd fire will get out of control in keepers, but they're not the numbers that the barbecues. That's the big #1 fire risk as I see it, and that's the bit that worries me. But how do we educate the public? That is another $1 million question. Thank you.
And I think that the point of the consultation, John, is to draw in all those different things from people around these issues. I mean, the issue of wildfire. There are different things to ignite within the park in terms of risk, as in what are the things that might lead to ignition, and there's no doubt that the prevalence of recreational fires is a big issue, and barbecues within the park. But we can't also take off that there are other things that have led to wildfires in the park on a sizable scale. Some of that is out of control muir burn has happened within the park. So, and the balance in this is looking at just making it clear that in periods of high fire risk, if you want to go down this route, and it is an if, because it's because what we're trying to do is gather views, but if during a period of high fire risk, our expectation if you went down that route is there would be no fires, full stop, from any source. Because why during a period of high fire risk, and if you were going to have a bylaw, why would you not say that? So that's the logic behind it. But we'll get views on that, and you know, as I said, it might not be the one that's chosen. It might be we say do something entirely different.
Okay, thank you. We've got Steve, followed by Bill, Derek, Eleanor, Lauren, and Anne.
I think this is one of those situations where evidence needs to drive what we decide, and we need to get some good evidence around the different causes of wildfire in the park. I mean, I've looked at literature reviews by Nature Scott, which give quite wide percentages for different types of cause. So if we can get something a bit more precise so that we have the evidence to be able to say whether and how we're going to intervene. I'd also be interested in hearing some more case studies of where other authorities, other areas are using bylaws to try to prevent fire, particularly around the time-limited one, which on the face of it seems quite attractive, but hard to kind of communicate. So is there somewhere where that's worked, somewhere where that hasn't worked, so the board and consultees can get a good view of what the right decision should be for the park, because it's a tricky one, and the more evidence we have and the more examples of where these have been tried and how effective they've been would be really helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. We're in discussions with SFRS to try and get as much evidence from them as possible in terms of wildfire and causes of. And in terms of case studies in other places, we'll certainly try and pull out as much as possible in terms of what other people have done in other places. That there's probably more in other countries rather than within the UK itself.
Bill.
I think we should probably all agree that the impact of wildfires in the national park would be absolutely devastating. But I said the last time we discussed this, you need to take the public with you. In some of this, I may be reading it wrong, it appears that within built-up areas where there is almost no risk of wildfire, we're actually including this. And that gives me the impression, for example, that if you had a barbecue tent outside in a public function, just in Granton here, you would have to ask for the approval of SFRS and the National Park. That's not taking the public with you. So you may end up in a situation where the public end up against this just because of the wording of these options. So I think you need to look carefully at that guy.
Yeah, I think what we've tried to do here is say that if it's within a private curtilage, then obviously we've said that that's excluded. So I'm just trying to get the right page. Is under the control. So yes, within the curtilage of a private dwelling house, or is under the control of the landowner, tenant, or occupier of the dwelling house. In a fireplace in a bothy, in a licensed caravan site, has permission from the owner of the site, and is not taking place during a time of high fire risk. Within private property that is under the control of the landowner, tenant, or occupier, such consent having been notified in advance, the authority is now not taking place in the time of high fire risk as determined by SFRS. I think so if you take the example of if you wanted to, setting aside the time of high fire risk, if you wanted to run a community barbecue in the green on a weekend, you would just have to notify the park authority that you were doing that so that we knew, so that you complied with that. That would be it. But in terms of if you wanted to have a barbecue in your back garden, that's exempt.
I'm thinking also about hotels, etc., who made outdoor cooking facilities, and they will do that on an ad hoc basis depending on the weather. So trying to say that on a Friday night they're going to have to contact the park or FRS So it needs to be made clearer, Grant.
We can certainly clear on that one, but that wouldn't fall within this. But I can clarify that within. Yeah, I can clarify that.
Thank you, Derek. And moving on to Eleanor.
Yeah, I'm a bit happier with this than I was when I came in the door at 9 o'clock. But I like what Peter said about it being more than Muirburn. And I think what you were agreeing there, Grant, was, but I just want clarity on it, that the reference to Muirburn will be replaced by controlled fires. Is that what you were saying?
I'm happy to I'm happy to call it. Yeah, if it's controlled fires or prescribed fires, and then we can clarify the meaning of that in the section 3, the definitions and interpretations, so they clear up what it covers. Yeah.
Yeah, because there is quite a lot of Muirburn legislation on its way through Parliament, and if anything, rather than creating something extra, surely we should be focusing in on that legislation and getting it included in the licensing requirement.
And that says, yes, I think what we've got to do in these, so yes, in terms of Muirburn overall, that's about the Muirburn Bill and what eventually becomes the Act. Absolutely. All we're saying in these two options at the moment is that in a period of high fire risk, no fire in the park. And I agree that we'll need to make sure how that ties in with the developing bill into an act in terms of what we're doing over the next year as well. So there's a bit of parallel how things develop on that.
Because as Bill and Peter both said, it's about people, taking people with us.
Aye.
And we don't want to alienate one group of people unnecessarily.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you, Convener. I just don't feel there's enough evidence in here to be able to base a decision off, if I'm being perfectly honest. I just, there's some great data around where the fire remains are and how many fires that the Rangers have seen, but who's lighting the fires? Is it tourists? Is it locals? Where are they getting this data from? How are they getting educated? And it may be some of the points that Steve has raised. I need to see more case studies, need to see more evidence that bylaws are going to work, essentially.
But to be clear, Laura, that is exactly why we're going out to consultation.
Yeah.
Because we're not going out to consultation on a bylaw. So to be very clear, we're not going out to say we want to put in bylaw 1. Yeah, we're doing this bylaw. What do you think? What we're saying is, here's some options. We want to get people to come back to us with all the issues around that, so that we can then, during that time, we're doing the work in the integrated welfare management plan. We're gathering all that evidence. We'll see what people think, and then we'll be able to come back to you and say, based on all of that, we think that this is the right way forward. But it's not, you're not asking for a decision today whether you think these are good ideas. That's not all we're saying is,
I get
should
that.
we go to consultation?
Yeah, no, I get that. I just feel that, the way that the evidence has been presented, it's very minimal. I think the other thing that we need to be really, conscious of, and I don't think this features in this paper much, but something that is a huge consideration, is if we do press forward with this, changing the relationship of the Rangers from an educational to an enforcement relationship. And I don't really see this in this paper. And this is something that I think we need to be very, very aware of. And I know it's something that Rangers will probably struggle with. And I feel if we move that relationship away from an educational, supportive relationship to an enforcement relationship, we are going to lose that consent that we have with our visitors and it being seen as a police force rather than an educational force. And also just something to flag, I've been with my colleagues from the outdoor space at the Kendal Mountain Festival this week, and I guess hanging out with my friends from other backgrounds, black and ethnic minority backgrounds. And a point that was made to me about bylaws was, as a black person living in the urban area, I already get policed quite often. we come to the Cairngorm National Park to not be policed, and we're going to start seeing that in countryside areas. And I think that was a really important point, because there is no person of colour around this table, and I think that's something else that we need to get featured. So I think maybe it's just more of a comment on, we have to be very careful, I think, with this in terms of the ranger service and the part it plays, and if we change that from an educational to enforcement, the consequences of that. Thank you.
Yeah, the only thing I'd say to that is that there's no fixed view from the staff on whether we should or should not do a bylaw. I mean, that's the long and short of it. I mean, there is no. I mean, there are lots of good reasons and pros and cons across all of these things. The bit that I would say in terms of that enforcement role, which I think is a perfectly valid point, which is even with a bylaw, 98% of it is about education. It's about talking to people. It's about communicating that so that people understand the rules, so that you never get to the enforcement part. I mean, the whole thing about if a bylaw is working well, and if it is the right bylaw, is that you shouldn't end up having to enforce it very much, because most people comply with it. That's not to say you don't do the odd bit of enforcement, but that is by far the smallest part. And if the only example I can give of a similar thing is the East Loch Lomond camping bylaw down in Loch Lomond. The amount of people that have actually been enforced against in that is, I think, maybe one, maybe two people. But in terms of changing behaviour, in terms of people down there, it's changed massively in terms of what people were doing there. It's a different subject, but it shows you that it's about the education, about changing behaviours. It's not necessarily about the actual enforcement. But I agree, it does change the relationship between rangers and people, and it's something we've got to have a good think about.
No, I guess that might just bring me on to, I wasn't going to read this, but in terms of bylaws are only useful if we can enforce them. We've said that at this board before. And again, just another flagging around resources and being able to enforce that. I think if a law exists and we don't have the resources, the capacity to actually enforce it, okay, taking your point that in Loch Lomond it hasn't been enforced very much, but it has changed behavioural change. Yeah, I think it's something that we need to be seriously upfront about as well.
It is, but I think the resource flip of that is that at the moment we've got rangers putting out 280 fires this summer and doing 560 old fire sites. That takes a lot of time and effort, and if that was down to 10 or 20 fires that we then had to do, then the flip side is we might actually gain in terms of resource to do other things within the system. So it's not quite as simple as saying if the bylaw comes in you have to put more resource. It might be a change in resource to actually do certain things, and hopefully you would see a change in behaviour if that's the route that's chosen. As I said, there are other routes to maybe do that as well, so it's not a close shot on that. But they're all absolutely valid points that I would hope that's the sort of thing that will come in from organisations into the consultation, because what we want to get is as many people as possible involved in that and get the views of different folk, because the views of communities or land managers or activity providers or whatever will all be quite different on this, and I'm sure quite varied even within those different sections. So the more we can get from folk, the better.
Thank you. We have Anne next, followed by Russell, Paul, Derek.
Thank you. I understand what you've just said about 280 fires a year, but when it comes to this paper, I'm uncomfortable. I understand the problem that you've just illustrated, and you've said that it's not just about Muirburn, but it's about fires as well, and I get that. However, as far as the Muirburn is concerned, there's a bill going through the Scottish Parliament. So I feel that a bylaw which will include Muirburn as well is duplication of effort. When it comes to enforcement, I absolutely agree with what's been said. Has the authority got the resource? And you're saying, well, we're putting out the fires, but I just wonder whether it's within the authority's remit to have the bylaw. I also feel that if you bring this bylaw in, it could push people into neighbouring areas where the bylaws don't exist. And I'm going to use the Deeside Valley, for example. They may go to the Potock Green, where, to be fair, there are barbecue stands, but we do have fires and we do have rangers, etc., etc. But you're going to push the problem elsewhere. you talk about sporting partners, and I'd like to know what you meant, what your definition of that was, please.
So, so to be very clear, I'm not suggesting this. It's a consultation. So we're asking people what their views are. So it's not a question of we're saying X should happen in the park. So I don't know how many times you can say that, but that's where we're at in terms of that. In terms of are there issues of displacement? Well, I think that's one of the things that needs to come through. I'm sure Aberdeenshire Council will write us to say that might be one of the issues that they bring up. But I'm not sure that is a reason for us not to do something. The main focus of this, I mean, of the whole thing is around recreational fires. So this is the whole thing around fires and barbecues, people lighting fires. There is a thing, though, that if you are saying that there should be no fires and a high fire risk period in the Cairngorms, then that would include all types of fires. Now, there is a bill going through Scottish Parliament which has some aspects of that, but it's not exactly the same as that, and it isn't as clear as to say that in the bill it says that thou shalt not light a fire during high fire risk. It does not say that within that bill. It says that thou shalt have a licence, but what that licence actually covers isn't said. So there is not the same thing there. And the other point to that is that if that is clarified, we have the best part, even if you want to go down the route of doing a bylaw, the best part of the next year to 18 months to sort out that detail. All we're asking at the moment is that people put in their views so we can get those views. Exactly what we're looking to do is to get those views. And then in terms of the resource side of things, yeah, that I think that we would, and we're looking at what our resource is around that, there certainly would need to be training for staff to make sure they're up to speed, to make sure we know what we're doing. But I also don't think that it's about saying, do we have enough? I don't think resource is the reason not to do it if we think it's the right thing to do, because I think there are ways that we can change how we operate and work with people so that we have the right level of education. And as I said, 98% of it is still exactly the same role. It's just that you might have at the end of it the potential of saying there's a bylaw infringement if you went down that route.
Are you using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? It would be my comment from what you've just said. And
yeah, but the point is, and one of the options is no bylaw.
I've read that.
So it's not a sledgehammer to crack a nut because nobody's suggesting the sledgehammer. What we're saying is, here are some options. What do people think?
I saw that was one of the options there. But also, if the public, if they're holding a public event like Bill has said or something like that, or maybe somebody said about a barbecue on a green, you know, a public event or something like that, they already have to get in touch with their SFRS. If they're going to have to apply to yourselves as well, that's duplication of effort, surely. Surely applying to SFRS is enough.
Yeah, we've not said applying to us. All we said is just got to be notified. All it says is there's notification.
But even notifying you, why if there's a public event being held, why should they have to notify you? Because they have to legally notify SFRS. To me, it's just duplication, and I don't see the need for. I understand about the fires. I've had them in Aberdeenshire. I was at the meetings that Councillor Blackett was at, and when we had the report from the from SFRS, and I cannot understand why people would like to have a barbecue in the middle of a forest. I'll be quite honest with you personally. However, people do that, but surely a really strong advertising campaign or something like that would get the message home, rather than have to go down this road. That's just my thoughts. Thank you.
I think Murray wants to come in on this.
Just a few brief points to complement what Grant was saying, and a reminder that we're largely discussing this because of the intense hot, dry period that we had before the summer, and levels of anxiety in the community rose very quickly at that time, and many of us I know were involved in the correspondence and meetings about that. And when we took a steer from the board, it was partly out of concern that the process here is so long that even if we decide what's recommended today, it's going to be, well over a year before we've got a tool in the box that helps us address some of these issues. And the climate modelling is showing that these periods of hot, dry are likely to be more common in the future. So it came from a general sense that we need to act now to make sure we've got a further tool in the box that we can use if it's needed. I think that's still what the ethos of the paper is trying to convey. And also just briefly remind you that we did get formal proposals from a community council who were strongly recommending to us that they wanted to see bylaws in place for the Cairngorm and Glenmore area in particular to control fires and camping, and we actively decided not to do that, reassuring them that we were going to bring proposals back to you on a park-wide basis. That's gone down with them okay just now, but if there was to be further periods of hot dry activity, they would be asking us very significant questions. And finally, just I think you made some very good points, Anne, about rangers and also Lauren about it would change in terms of the culture of rangering, and that's something we've discussed with the ranger managers and within the ranger team. I've described earlier on how there's 14 different employers in our ranger family, and we've been clear with all of the private sector rangers that we couldn't expect them to enforce any bylaws. It's something that would absolutely have to be done by park authority or local authority officials. You couldn't expect privately employed rangers to do the enforcement activity, although they could of course play a very valuable role in spotting things that are happening on the ground. But those are things we've been actively discussing with them.
Thank you, Murray. I think you said at one point if there are periods of hot, dry conditions, I think that's the one certainty that there will be more intense and more frequent, and all climate modelling is pointing in that direction. Russell.
Thank you. I actually support the paper, and excuse me. Obviously, I think there's things we could pick out of it, but I mean, I take it from it that it's part of a process, and we're going out to consultation, and there's all the different options. And I'm very much aware of what Barry was saying there, the hot dry spell last summer, where I attended quite a lot of meetings and were genuinely scared. And I mean, I said at the time, I don't think doing nothing's an option. That's only my opinion, but it'll go out to consultation, and I think this is a good start, and informed as we go along. I think there is obviously, as you mentioned in your comments, Grant, that there is concern from, from Sporting Estates, about the Muirburn and that as well. So it's made clearer that it's not, because obviously some it's maybe an attack on Muirburn specifically. So if it was made clear that that's not the case, but apart from that, I support it. I support the paper as part of the process.
Okay. Thank you. Paul, followed by Derek and Sander.
Great, thank you. Yeah, it's interesting. When I read the paper, it was very much of the view that here's 3 options for you to consider, rather than this is an engagement where there is an opportunity to raise yet other options for what that bylaw might look like. That's interesting to hear. And of course, I don't then know, I can't tell from this paper how that's going to be presented to the public. I only have what we have here before us. But I have 2 concerns, and I'd like to propose 2 changes, amendments. The first one is quite simple in that I'd like to propose another option, so option 1A to go out, that these bylaws apply between the dates of the 1st of June and 30th September in each year, both dates inclusive, within the Cairngorm National Park, because the data that we have with regards to fires that are set by visitors are most dominant and frequently occurring during those dates. So if we have options that say you're just going to ban them outright, or you're going to ban them at high periods, another option might be you ban them at the time when you've got high intensity of visitors, and most likely during the summer, the drier periods of weather. That would be an option. I think it's possibly down to us to propose these options, because if you just open this out to the public, you'll get about 1,000 options, and that won't do us any good. So I think we're trying to frame that debate. I think in the framing of the debate, my other point is, or maybe just finishing on the first one, we talked before, and when we were talking about the challenge the park rangers had last summer, was that a lot of folk don't know the Scottish Outdoor Access Code. They don't know necessarily what the rules are, and it's very difficult if you've got a variation in what is a high risk area across the park, and they might holiday in 2 locations in the park and might move from a high risk to a low risk and not know, or from a low risk to a high risk, and then in the high risk area they set a fire and there's a problem. So it's got to be really clear in terms of the communication around, what they can and can't do at a certain period.
Just on that, the first bit in that. So we did look at that one about the 1st of June to the 3rd of September as an option, or whatever it is in terms of dates around that. The one bit I would say around that is, and again, it's just pros and cons in these things, the time of highest fire risk is earlier in the year. So in terms of when your danger is from fires, quite early in the year is actually when it comes in. So when there's issues around maximum fuel load, and when there's the issue of fire risk, and when there's the risk of people, don't always overlap. There are bits of that, but it's not all the same. So a specific period might cover it, but if you look at this year, our drought period was May. It went into June. So if you start on the 1st of June, it wouldn't cover that. So that's probably why we said that's probably not a great option, because if you look at the climate modelling, it doesn't really fit as a specific period. But it's definitely an option, and somebody in the back of this already wrote to me publicly, said, I think this would be a great option to do it from certain dates, and their one was, I don't know, 1st of April to whenever it was. So yes, absolutely. I'm more than happy to say that there is an option around that, absolutely. It doesn't really change the basis of the bylaws. It's actually just a question that says, do you think that a bylaw that's a specific time period would be useful? I mean, more than happy to put in those questions, because I think we're trying to pull out of people as much information as possible. So no problem with doing that. I don't think you need to have necessarily an extra option. We can just ask the question.
Thank you. And I think that probably then highlights the point. So I have a paper before me which has a limited amount of information, and I'm making a recommendation based on a limited amount of information, which largely focuses on visitor fires. But the general public won't have a resource for all of this information. So what informs their response? And that's why I think the risk is that you will get a multitude of options that possibly won't lend any value unless the information that we have now guides what those options could be.
So what the consultation paper will set out in much more detail the pros and cons options, and it'll have a set of questions associated with it. So it will be, it won't just be, but there will also, it won't just be about those three options. We'll also then ask questions that allow people to put in a specific, if you have a different version, because it might be that somebody comes forward with something that thinks, actually, that's actually the best option. We should really do that. We'll set out the evidence in that paper and all the stuff we know, and it will be a thorough consultation document. But I suppose all that I was trying to get today to people is that we want to go to consultation and ask that wide side of things, rather than just go down the route of saying we think it's this option. So it's trying to get that breadth of stuff from people.
I may come on to my second point then. So my second point is that the basis of the paper, I'd like to, the amendment that I'd like to put out is that even if we were to include the additional proposal that I suggested, is that we remove the reference. So the paper opens with a statement. This mainly focuses on issues related to the visitors. Murray just now, and there was no reference in to Muirburn. And the focus of discussion by the board on the 8th of September was around the risk related to the visitors who could potentially cause a risk. It was about behaviour of visitors. It wasn't about the causes of fire in the wider sense. Just want to make this very clear. On the 8th, our discussion was about the behaviour of a certain group of people and the risk that presented, as opposed to exposing a discussion around the wider risks of fire. In this paper, there's no evidence presented that any of Scottish Fire and Rescue call-outs were as a result of uncontrolled or out of control Muirburn. There is no evidence. So it would be helpful to have that in the paper, whether it's 1%, 5%, 10%, 50%. There's no indication of that. So earlier on, I mean, the language is really important. Earlier on, you were talking about there are some causes of fires that can have a seismic scale event. Seismic impact was your word. So if that's not visitors, then are you implying that that could be another activity which might be Muirburn? We have to be very careful. So if there's no evidence saying that, that the fires that they've called out, can I just finish the sentence, sorry, that the fires are called out were related to uncontrolled muir burn, and they're related to visitor activity, for example, then we need to be very careful about using words like seismic and huge impacts, because you're suggesting to the public that has a much greater risk than perhaps it actually does have.
Well, okay. Well, I suppose there's two parts to that. So the first is, if I read, so the Muirburn Code is written by the Moorland Forum, and on the first page of the Moorland Code, this is what it says. When Muirburn is done well in accordance with the code, it can provide benefits. When done badly, it can cause significant and lasting damage. Fires escaping from Muirburn are a major cause of wildfire in Scotland. That's by people that side. The last major wildfire in the park was an out-of-control Muirburn. There has not been a large wildfire caused by a visitor fire getting out of control. That's so in terms of looking back, if I take the evidence, if I go back for me, the last time there was about an 80-hectare burn out of control park, out of control Muirburn, you've never had a big fire caused by. If you have 250 fires a year, and if one of those gets away, let's say in Glenmore, Abernethy, wherever, consequences of that are huge. Now, we've been lucky, we've not had one of those. We've had a few that have got a little bit, but we've managed to get fire and rescue, we've got there early, landowners have got there early and got them under control. In terms of big fires, ones I can point at back in the park over the past 20 years have been out of control, and we can show that evidence. I'm more than happy to do so.
I'm partway through, so I think that then ties us on to the other part, is that the Scottish Government, the consultancy on the Wildlife Management and Muirburn Bill, is there to address that. And earlier on, you were just suggesting that perhaps that doesn't cover it comprehensively in the way that you might want it to. Well, that's the whole point of the consultation that's ongoing now, is to make sure that it does. And page A7 in here, we shall follow what the Scottish Government suggest in terms of that bill. This is our operational guide, as you were, for the next 5 years. This is telling us that we shall follow what the Scottish Government set out for us. There's no indication in there that we will, in parallel, set something up. So I think we should let that process take place, and we should encourage them to do it quicker, and we should make representations as a board to include our concerns about the risk, not only of visitors, but of the risks for out of control Muirburn and other types of burn. I think also there was a reference, and I'm not sure if the leader on the paper is, but there's the integrated fire management plan, and it would be sensible to have this plan completed and the input available to us to read before we were going to make decisions on what bylaws to implement. And there's nothing in the paper that talks about, and I think John talked about it earlier, how Muirburn, controlled Muirburn, can act to prevent wildfires. It can protect properties if done well. I mean, take your point about the largest fire being from Muirburn that got out of control. There are cases where it can. I'm going to go through all of these, and you can go through. There's only two more. And so there is an existing Muirburn code. So already they are guided about what activity they can take and when they can take it and who they need to consult with. They're not intentionally setting the fires such that they get out of control. There may be occasions where they do. I don't know what the circumstances were for that one fire that got out of control, whether it was bad practice or whether there was some other factor, but they have a code that they're following already. So one of the comments, and
just on the Muirburn Code, because I think it's worse. The Muirburn Code is a voluntary code. There are aspects of it that have some statute behind it, to politicise things like that. But one of the things that we did highlight a long time ago is the lack of adherence to following that code in certain places within the national park. So I mean, as you're driving back today, and you're not meant to burn within, I can't remember how many meters of a public road. And how we look at you as you drive along, as how many people are
covered in snow,
and it melts on the way back. But anyway, yes, I agree. There's a Muirburn Code, but it's voluntary, and that's why there's a Muirburn Bill, because it's taking that from the voluntary sector. But the point being, it still comes back to, we're not making any decisions. All we're saying is that we want to ask people. And the question is, I suppose, is if you have a bylaw, if during a period of high fire risk, We're just saying if nobody is allowed to light a fire during a period of high fire risk, why would you want the bylaw to allow somebody to light a fire during a period of high fire risk? So that's my, I don't quite understand that bit, Paul. That's the bit.
Okay. So I mean that's where, so you've got a significant number of well-trained and responsible people who are undertaking this practice, and that they are at the moment going through or undertaking it through a voluntary code, the vast majority of them, and that there is a bill in process to further tighten that up and make sure that there are penalties. There is a change from the current state to what would be the desired state underway, and we're seeking to do something in parallel. Whereas I think that the original discussions that we had on the 8th of September, following the discussions over the summer and the heightened anxiety of the number of fires that were occurring in the national park, were related to visitor management. So this consultation, I think, should focus only on that and that activity, and be very narrow around that. If you then add into that consultation Muirburn, which is a very emotive subject for many people, they might decide that they want to ban that for reasons that are unrelated to what the issue is, which is around the visitors that are coming to the area, whereas the Muirburn is largely is well managed and well controlled, because there isn't any information in the paper, and there's nothing that's been presented other than the one example that you've given, that Muirburn has recently got out of control in the park and is an issue for us. So,
but I still come back to that we're asking people their opinion in a consultation. And the bit about we're not banning Muirburn, all we're saying is that in the two options where there's a bylaw that we've said, is that you wouldn't be able to do it during a period of high fire risk. That is it.
Yeah.
It's not, there is no, to be very clear, there is no ban on Muirburn.
I know that, and I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's not required, because there is already legislation that is currently going through the Scottish Government that will address that.
And I think the bit about high fire risk is something that I think is worth thinking about from a bylaw point of view, and they are going on in parallel, because I don't see those two things necessarily as linked as you think.
My views are different. I'll wrap up if I may.
I think a good point.
So
taken, and thank you, Paul.
Hang on, can I just please? I've just got a closing point. So I mean, we come to the the enforcement part, and it's already been mentioned, but that just becomes a very significant challenge. But I do think that the initial discussion was related to visitors, and that the addition of Muirburn is a concern. It's been addressed by the Scottish Government Wildlife Management and Muirburn Bill, and that we should remove this, and that the consultation should address the issue around fires started by visitors. And I think we had a much better response, and we'd be able to put together a bylaw that could respond to that more fairly. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Paul. Derek now, followed by Sander, Chris, Lauren, Steve and Anne. And I've just asked respectfully that any contributions cover fresh areas that haven't already been.
I mean, with respect, we're not putting together a bylaw. That's not what this paper is about. Right at the initial stages, Grant, CEO, said there's lots of views, and that's why we're having a consultation. The recommendation is the board is asked to agree to proceed to a public consultation based on 3 options as outlined in this paper, starting in January 2024 for 3 weeks. That's what we're being asked to do here with this paper. There will be many views, and there are many views. There's been many views around this table, but it's not for us to debate those today. This is a paper about the consultation.
Thank you, Derek. Sander.
Thanks. So I have a technical question first of all for Grant, which is 3. Moved to the section of the paper, but 3B in the proposed. Sorry, Derek. I think it's 3B in the proposed bylaw where it gives you the definition of barbecues, and I'm wondering why we're including gas barbecues, because normally we're encouraging people to use gas stoves for camping and stuff rather than charcoal.
I think the view from the from the discussion we had around that was it was difficult to tell some things which were which in terms of barbecues. But I take the point that you could make a case for gas barbecues being different.
I mean, I think coming back to Bill's earlier point, and also in trying to make a modal shift to better practices, actually, if we say things that are so gas, no hybrid models or anything like that aren't included, that at least actually gives people a permitted option in these periods that doesn't increase fire risk and actually helps shift people to what we want them to do, and they'll continue to do that all year round, because if you buy a gas barbecue, you're going to use it rather than buying disposables, etc. So I think it would be quite a good shift, and I suspect it's something that would come out in the consultation as well. And the other bit was just around rationale for the length of time for the consultation. January is usually quite a quiet time of year for what community councils and stuff don't meet. So I'm just wondering whether that will be, I mean, I know 8 weeks is a long time, but whether that's long enough for people to consider it, consult on it, etc. Appreciate problems around timescales, but since we're not going to have something in place for this season anyway, I think maybe considering extending that to a 12-week period, or even 10 weeks, just to allow community councils, etc., locally to meet, consider it, provide, and also gives us more, as a park authority, more time to promote the consultation and possibly even do some in-person events at a time of year which isn't going to just be in the snow, hopefully.
I'm happy to make it 10 weeks. It's not a problem.
It's just wanted to provide a comment actually as well at the end. So I think we came about this because we were getting a very significant amount of community pressure to do something. This is a consultation, and this is asking the community if they wish to see any of these options or if they have other options. And I think that's actually something that I would like to see made clear in the consultation, is it's very open about here's 3 options, but actually what are your other suggestions or options, and hearing that. So I think that's quite important as part of this, but I think we were getting a lot of pressure. We met with the community groups and the community council. We've had a lot of representations made to the board. We do need to do something, so consulting on this doesn't mean we're going to do it. I like the proposed change that Pete was talking about, that Eleanor was supportive of around controlled burn instead of Muirburn. I think that's good. I think that makes sense. I think this is an opportunity for us to have that discussion with the communities and see what people's tolerance level is for changes, because I'm not particularly an advocate for bylaws. I was against introducing them during my tenure when it was proposed at various points, but actually this is something we're getting a lot of pressure on. This is an option, and I think it's something we should explore and consult on.
Thank you very much. And Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Gideon. Bear in mind your comments earlier on about trying not to go over the same ground again. I'll just sort of hold this as a comment. Lauren made the point about enforcement, and Anne made the point about enforcement about it, so I'm not going to go over that. Did it very, very well. We need to protect our rangers. In the paper in front of us, there's only like a single paragraph about enforcement. If we're going to go to a consultation, I think we need to get more information about what enforcement is going to look like to our consultees, so that they can make an informed decision. So I think we need to supply more detail on that. I think, Murray, your point about evidence for the various sort of fires and all the rest of it, if we could expand on that for enforcement again, I think that would be really useful.
Thank you, Lauren.
Yeah, sorry, not trying to cover ground as well. I think Chris and Paul actually articulated a lot better what I was trying to say at the very start, was that I think that the public need a lot more information to be able to make an informed decision, because being Ward 2 representative at our last formal board meeting, I was obviously quite forthright to represent the very concerned voices and communities, especially down in Glenmore. Could I have clarification, because I've also had an email from a resident in Ward 2 asking for that date to date, Grant, you were a part of that email, to be included as a fourth option. I didn't quite get if that was going to be included or not.
So my thing about that is I don't think we need to include a fourth option, because in effect it's the same bylaw just with a date to it. I think we just add a question that just says, do you think this is this? Because the year-round one you would just apply to a specific period. So we can just ask a question that says year-round. Other option would be date to date. There's no problem with that at all.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Yeah, I guess if I could just stress that the public to have as much data and as much really good quality data to make a decision of, because we all know rushed legislation is poor legislation, and once we put in place poor legislation, there's no getting it. There's no the horse is bolted, if we say so. Yeah, I guess that's just a plea from me, please.
I think absolutely on that point, Steve.
Yeah, I think I found the paper quite confused and confusing, and I think that's why it set quite a lot of hairs running. I think if we'd have had something much simpler, being very clear that we are being asked to endorse a consultation, these are some options that we considered, but then to be presented with draft bylaws around the two different options, you can see why the hairs have run. So I would urge perhaps in future, keep it strategic as you can, because this is just, the emails we've had probably wouldn't have happened if we'd have just had something very short, strategic, saying we want to consult on this. These are the boundaries of the consultation. These are sort of things. These are some options. I think we would have then felt that was the debate that we're having today would have come out in the future. So I kind of feel this has been not enough information on one level and too much information on another level. And I know it's really hard to do, Grant. So you have my sympathy on it, but yeah, this just doesn't feel like it's landed particularly well, and that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I think there's no perfect way to do this, but this is the introduction of an intermediary stage, which is extending the process of consultation and delaying any action if we choose to take action, have the consultation, get the views that we need to have.
The only thing I'd say is that I think that the reason for putting in the draft bylaws is because with bylaws, the devil is in the detail to an extent. And I think if I just said we want to go out for consultation on bylaws, and then we put out a consultation that had the bylaws, people would say, well, why haven't we seen that? So I think there is something about providing a bit of clarity as to the sorts of things that are included, because how you draft bylaws is pretty crucial to actually what they look like. These are drafts, and I think actually showing the board those drafts is the right thing to do. In terms of the paper, we've not tried to give you the consultation paper. We're trying to say we want to go out. There will be more detail in that consultation paper. But if there's more that we could have done in terms of the data, more than happy to do that. In terms of we'll pull out as much as we can, and some of that is quite tricky because it's not always recorded through on the SFRS side of things in terms of wildfires. It's not brilliantly done over the years, so the level of data is not always great. But the one thing I would say is that there is not a lot of data within the park where we've got out of control fires coming from visitors or residents. However, obviously the two main fires that people talk about that happened just outside the park boundary at Daviat and Cannock this past year were related to that. So there is nearby evidence of what's happened with that. So I think it will certainly put as much as we can into the paper, but ultimately I think it's more about future risk actually rather than past data. And some of the other stuff we're doing is some modelling work on some of the climate modelling work to try and give us a bit more information as to what it looks like in 20, 40, 60 years time, because actually I think that's probably the more important bit than the looking back the way.
Thank you. I think just to conclude, Anne and Paul, and again just to repeat the plea, please, for fresh contributions and fresh areas. Thank you. Paul.
Sorry, just before we get into this, can I raise a point of concern I've got for think about. In the discussion today is about a process about whether to go out to consultation. And I'll let Paul come back in about what the amendment might be. The concern I want to raise is that if somebody today, as a member of this board, proposes an amendment to what this paper says in terms of what a bylaw might look like, they are beginning to stray into, in a public domain, making clear what their views on an element of a bylaw might be. And therefore, their views may be seen to be set in that regard when this board comes at a future date to consider, if it wants to have a bylaw, what that bylaw might say. So they are beginning to get into the terrain of potentially conflicting themselves. I just want to lay that out, that at this point in time, the question in front of the board is around, does this board want to go out to consult about the possibility of bylaws being a solution, not about what the wording of a bylaw might be. That will be informed by the consultation responses. If we get into the terrain of making amendments today on what an early draft of a bylaw might be, then there is a risk of a member being seen to be conflicted when we come to make future decisions. It's just a risk, and members have to decide how they want to interact today with a view to how that might impact on their capacity to interact in future decisions of this board.
Just not is related, but just to say, in terms of the controlled burning, pure burn, how we want to describe it, I am more than happy in the consultation to ask a specific question of that. Do you think this should be included, or do you think that the current is, the current system is appropriate from your burn? I'm more than happy to do that, so that people can put in essentially what views are on that, and there will be differing views on that as we know. But I think that's the point. Is I think there's ways to question that within that without needing to do something different. My view.
Before we come to Paul Sander on David's advice.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I think given that we have an amendment potentially proposed, and given David's advice, I think it might be wise just to have a 5-minute comfort break recess that allows people to consider this and allows a discussion about what the specific terms of everything is. I think that might be helpful.
I think it might. Should we have that?
Yeah. Before we go into recess, I'm struggling with what David has just said, because it then narrows it down to what is the point of us having discussion. It wasn't about, as I understand it, it's not about rewording an actual bylaw. It's about what the bigger picture, what we should include in that consultation. I'm struggling to get my head around that, David. Sorry.
I may have misinterpreted, and I wanted to say something, and I pick up on Xander's point. I wanted to interact before. I don't know what the specifics of Paul's amendment might be, and I just wanted to interact to give a warning or a cautionary point of advice to a member before they actually say what that amendment might be, because they need to do so with a reflection as to being careful not to conflict themselves for any future decision that this board takes. So the point being there that a member of the public, when they see this board take a subsequent decision on a bylaw, if that's what the board is asked to do in the future, needs to be aware, needs to be satisfied that each member of this board will come to that decision with a relatively open mind to make a decision based on the evidence in front of them at that point in time. So my advice was around the wording of the amendment to make sure it doesn't conflict anybody in those future decisions. Does that make it clear? I know it's quite theoretical, and I'm not perhaps expressing myself as clearly as I ought to, but I'm just trying to get across that point of advice.
I think the advice is clear. We're setting the terms for a consultation, and on that we'll have a 5-minute recess. Right, if we could come to a order board, we have an amendment, so I shall move the motion so that is that the board is asked to agree to proceed in a public consultation based on 3 options as outlined in this paper, starting in January 2024 for 10 weeks, and that's with the replacement of references to urban with controlled burning. Do I have a seconder?
Happy to second.
Eleanor, thank you. We have an amendment from Paul. Paul, you want to state your amendment?
Yeah, my amendment, convener. In addition to the recommendation, as part of the consultations, respondents be asked if they support the inclusion of controlled burning if a bylaw was to be implemented, and that officers reflect the optional nature of this question in the draft bylaw. Do I have a second?
Anne, thank you. Right.
In addition to the recommendation, as part of the consultations, respondents be asked if they support the inclusion of controlled burning if a bylaw was to be implemented, and that officers reflect the optional nature of this question in the draft bylaw.
Right. Do you want to briefly explain? Thanks.
So I'll just read out verbatim. And that officers reflect the optional nature of this question in the draft bylaw.
So, do you want me to clarify? So the outcome of that, if we were to agree it as an addition to the recommendations, is that in presenting the consultation, members have seen in front of them today the current drafts of bylaws. That in going out to consultation, we would also show what the bylaw would look like if a consultation response was around the view that controlled burning need not be included in bylaws. So we would illustrate as well what a bylaw might look like were it to exclude controlled burning. Is that clear?
So just sorry, just to be clear. So if Paul's amendment passes, it still goes out to consultation, but the consultation is whether Muirburn should be included in any bylaw or not. Controlled burn, sorry if you're incorrect.
Okay. And it's a specific question within the consultation.
Okay, but it still goes to the consultation.
Yes, yes.
Briefly, Steve.
Wrong side. Sorry, I don't understand. Does that tie your hands in about including Muirburn or not, or sorry, control burning? How does that affect what the executive bring back to the board? Because I'm not sure if it doesn't affect what you bring back to us in any ways, then why are we having an amendment? It doesn't make sense to me.
I mean, I said previously, I'm more than happy to put in a question specifically on Muirburn. So if everyone's happy with that, I'm just happy to put that in. Because I don't think you need. Yes, yeah. But I'm saying, but the point being that when I said that I'm happy to do that, I don't know if you need to vote on that. If everyone's happy with that, then I'm happy to do that.
I think we have assent and all is happy. Thank you, board. Thank you very much. And thank you, Grant, for your paper. Moving on to item 8, paper 4, Gaelic language plan. So this is for decision introduced by introduced by Oliver Davis, Head of Communications.
thanks, convener. And now for a slight change of pace. So just to give you a bit of background on this one, under the Gaelic Language Scotland Act of 2005, all public bodies are required to produce a Gaelic language plan every 5 years. And this is obviously recognised within the National Park Partnership Plan under Objective B8. We are conscious, of course, when pulling this together, that there is a wider cultural heritage objective, C10, within the National Park Partnership Plan, which includes Scots and Doric, but that is not subject to today's discussion. So this is obviously looking at our statutory requirements in particular. Our last Gaelic language plan officially ended in 2022, but we applied for an extension by a year to bring it in with those park plan timescales, which is why we're bringing it to you now. To give you a tiny bit of wider strategic context, the National Gaelic Language Plan was consulted on in April by Bord na Gaelic, and we're awaiting a final version, which is a slightly tricky situation to be in terms of strategic alignment. However, Grant and I met with Shona McLennan, the CEO of Bord na Gaelic, at the end of last year and agreed 3 key priorities that are set out in front of you. So those are increasing the use of Gaelic, increasing opportunities for people to learn Gaelic, and promoting a positive image of Gaelic. There are also a series of corporate services aims, which I won't go into in any great detail unless people want me to. In that meeting, Bord na Gaelic were complimentary of our work to date and have held us up as an exemplar in various different areas. But in this section of the plan, they were keen for us to look beyond our walls, as they spoke about it, and to consider how we can influence others we work with on a regular basis. So we will be looking to take that forward as a key strategic part of this plan. We're currently drafting it with colleagues across the organisation, and there's a real focus there on streamlining it to fewer, more substantive objectives to really give us something to sink our teeth into over the next 5 years. The plan is for that to be shared with Bord na Gaelic for peer review before the end of this year, if we can, before it coming round the board. And then our plan, hopefully, is to go for a 6-week public consultation, as is the statutory requirement, beginning week commencing the 15th of January. So we've set out our approach to this and the proposed questions on pages 4 and 5 of the paper in front of you. So today we're seeking your approval to go out to consultation on this in mid-January, and we would also welcome any comments on both our proposed approach to that consultation and any suggestions specifically of individuals or organisations we should seek views from as part of that consultation.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions? Fiona.
One thing. Yeah, I have a comment about the 3rd strategic aim, and interestingly you said that Bord na Gaelic were wanting you to look beyond our own organisation, so it actually relates very much to that, because I feel that we need definitely in that aim need to go beyond promoting a positive image of Gaelic whenever we can as part of our day-to-day operations as an organisation. I would suggest that actually what we need to be doing, and in some respects we already are doing, to be honest, is that we should encourage and support others where appropriate to promote the use of Gaelic and a positive image of Gaelic. And as I say, I think we are actually already doing that. We have done that. I know that up the hill, that was largely the Gaelic use up there was largely because of our encouragement. And I know that, you know, there's ways that we could, various different stakeholders that we could be working with to actually try and promote the use of Gaelic. It's increasingly becoming a really important tourism tool, and I think we should be enabling organisations to tap into that. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. Oliver.
Yeah, thank you, Fiona. Yeah, I totally agree. And I think what I'll agree to do, if you're comfortable with this, is actually feed that, because that's Gaelic, that's Bord na Gaelic's wording. But I'm happy when I submit it as a peer review, effectively, is what they want to do. I can flag that as a specific thing that's been raised, because the stuff that sits underneath that objective will absolutely be doing that widening and looking at how we can influence others. But if we can adjust the main objective in line with their, hopefully they'll agree to that. That should be a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Lauren followed by Eleanor.
Yeah, I mean, just quickly, yeah, really support this paper. I think it's really good. I think it'd be great, I think, on Fiona's point as well, just trying to get into some of those younger Gaelic influencers. And I guess so we're not seen to be, for want of a better word, tokenising the Gaelic language and kind of tokenising some of the indigenous practices and cultures. I think it's important that we embed them. And I think that's maybe, some of the reflections that you've had back from Bord na Gaelic. But I think, really support it, and trying to get maybe some of the younger Gaelic influencers, because I know there's a couple of them on TikTok that have got some really great reach, and again to an international audience as well. So yeah, support it. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Eleanor?
Yeah, I don't have any issues with this either, Ollie, apart from one bit, and that's when we speak about people to use Gaelic more when they interact with us. That's going to be difficult, because if I get an email in Gaelic, what am I going to do with it? Who in the park am I going to come to with it?
Yeah, thanks, Ellen. Very good point. So we do have procedures. So if you email us on the central office email, we do have a way of dealing with that, and we have various different Bord na Gaelic mandated translators who can help us with that method. So there is that process already in place if you do get an inquiry in Gaelic through to us. But you're absolutely right. It's a big challenge. It's something that we've flagged a couple of times to Bord na Gaelic when it comes to things like media releases and providing spokespeople to speak in Gaelic. That's always something that we struggle with, and I know a number of other partners do as well. So yeah, processes do exist, but take the point entirely.
Thank you.
Not to be pedantic, but what about GDPR? Is if you get an email, you're not share that without the person's consent, and if you can't understand what they're saying, are you allowed to share that? It's difficult.
Yeah, so I'd recommend in that situation, if there's any personal data contained within the email, that it's effectively anonymized before it comes through to us, and then we can answer that question so that the person can, so that you can respond directly to that individual. So I think there are ways of looping that out.
David?
Just to highlight as well, from a GDPR point of view, in that case, we are only processing personal data within an organisation. So our board members, in receipt of that personal data, it's an implied accepted processing of personal data to process it within an organisation. So there's no issue at all if a board member receives an email in Gaelic for that email in its entirety, including the email address and name to be sent on within the organisation. That's not a problem under data protection.
Russell?
You're just going to say about promoting things. There's actually a few very good young shinty players who are fluent Gaelic speakers. Don't know how you want to tie that in, but if you want to get in touch with them, I can put you in touch with them.
That would be brilliant, Russell, if you wouldn't mind. Obviously, we had the Shinty Trail resource that a colleague who's now left us, Bruce, produced, working directly with the Shinty community, which was really successful. So building on that would be brilliant. So yeah, any connections would be brilliant.
Thank you. And in the absence of any other comments, is the board content to review our proposed stakeholder engagement approach and agree that the consultation can start week commencing 15th of January next year for a period of 6 weeks? Thank you very much. On to item 9, paper 5, Scottish Biodiversity Strategic Framework Consultation. So this is for decision and introduced by Andy Ford, Director of Nature and Climate Change. The board is asked to agree to the consultation response set out in Annex 1. Andy.
Thanks very much, Convener. Just a bit of context, which is that the Scottish Biodiversity Strategic Framework consultation is in 5 parts. There's the Biodiversity Strategy Delivery Plan, which is the first 5-year delivery plan. There's the policy and guidance on 30 by 30, nature networks, inclusion of statutory targets in the legislation, and the aims and powers, or the legislation around the aims and powers. And the board made comment on the aims and powers at the last board meeting, so this is about the other 4 bits. It's a 145-page consultation, and so it's not all of it is in here. If I take each of those in turn, the delivery plan, board commented on the on the vision and the strategy and the objectives. And the delivery plan, we feel largely, well, almost entirely reflects the comments that board made in September, I think it was, 22, around that. So the proposal there is to pretty much endorse the delivery plan and say, yes, this entirely reflects our previous comments. It entirely reflects the National Park Partnership Plan. It's really good to note that it picks out some of those things that we made in previous comments. Things like the National Park being an exemplar for delivery, that's there right up front. In terms of the nature network stuff, again, that fits very much with the National Park Partnership Plan. We have an objective in the park plan to create nature networks, and this proposal is therefore giving us, you know, a good strength to go away and do that. It's largely devolved to the people who are designing nature networks, and then in most cases that's local authorities. But we just want to highlight the fact that a national park authority could, in that context, you know, be highlighted as the same. The statutory targets, basically, again, we highlighted in our previous consultation in September 22 that the evidence base was really important to support good decision making, and important that there are good strong metrics in there. We recommended a link across to the Cairngorms Nature Index, and we've done that again in this proposed response. There isn't much detail in the statutory targets because the notion is that they're going to be rapidly changing. So it's a sort of primary legislation thing that will allow the detail to come later. And the final bit of it then is the 30 by 30, and this is the area where our response is suggesting that we'd like a bit more of a review of this area. 30 by 30 is the 30% of Scotland to be designated or to be recognised as protected for nature by 2030. Current proposals is that includes all designated sites. If that were to apply in the national park within the current designation system, that could prove to be a barrier to us achieving some of our nature networks, where designated sites for non-woodland habitats, or where we would want a woodland corridor, for example. And also we have a target in the park plan for 50% of the park managed principally for ecosystem restoration by 2045. And our definitions of managed principally for ecosystem restoration are very unlikely to align with the definition of 30%, which could put us at odds. So our proposed response in that bit is that we look at a consideration of an OECM, as they're called, or a big designation in the core area of the park that would allow for some flexibility within those international and national designations. That is again in line with the Park Authority Board's response in the last meeting we had during the Powers and Aims discussion, where the board recommended that we have a recognition of a protected site important in the core of the national park. So that's pretty much what our proposed response is, and obviously happy to take comments.
Thank you very much. Eleanor, followed by Hannah.
Yeah, I'm going to be picking this up real handy, but I'm sure you'll tell me. Is what we're seeing, just what you've just been reading out there at the bottom of page, is that talking about making the core of the Mastiff core area? I think that's what I'm trying to say. Because I thought at the last discussion that was kind of mentioned, and there was nods around the table, but I for one said I would want more information or discussion on it before we went ahead with it. Have I missed that discussion, or are we just saying we're going ahead with it?
So I think from the
no, there would have been a debate.
In which space the administrator?
So just to say, this isn't about saying that this is, all we're saying is that current approach to designations in the park is not flexible enough to deliver stuff. in the long run, and that one of the things you could do is what the board agreed last time is some sort of thing in the centre of the park. But we're not saying what that is at the moment. There's an awful lot more work to be done on that, Eleanor. Absolutely.
But if it said what you just said, then I'd be happier with it. But that's not what that says. Just at the bottom of page 4. I just read like agreed something, and I really didn't take from that last meeting that we had agreed that.
Okay, so
But maybe everybody else thinks we agreed.
just to say that that's not the consultation response. So that's just the cover. Am I right? Am I looking at the wrong place of page 4?
No, it's in the.
Because Annex 1 is the actual response. Yeah.
Hmm? Yeah, I'm reading consultation question. Do you have any comments on the 30 by 30 framework?
Yeah, sorry, I've got that as page 7.
Sorry, I can't help my iPad. It says page. That's the bottom of page 7.
That's the same as what was agreed, which is that we recommend considering mechanisms, but it's not saying what those are, because you're absolutely right. There need to be an awful lot more work done before we said what that is. But it is consistent, because the other one's about the potential. We want to see the potential to look at that, and this is just saying that it needs to be considered. So it's the same thing, Eleanor. There's not a proposal for something, because there is nothing on the table. We're just saying it's something that definitely needs to be looked at, because the current approach doesn't give you the flexibility to deliver the things you want to.
Thank you. Hannah.
That's actually good, because I'm looking at the same page, so I can follow on from that.
You'll get it right.
On the kind of proposals around OECMs, I know you've been having a lot more conversations about this than maybe a caption here. Where would the kind of powers lie? So we've maybe not been clear about if there are new designations. Is that a legislative framework that's coming from SG? Is this a bottom-up community approach? Would we have control over this mobile adaptive framework, or is it something that's imposed on us? And if not, is that maybe something we need to reflect in our response?
Yeah, I think that's a good point, and it's certainly something that we can build on in the response, because one of the key considerations is the statutory obligations to some of those designations, and certainly stakeholders will be looking for assurances and accountability around those designations. So those conversations are ongoing at the moment to test it, but I think the point of the response is to say we would like to explore this further, and I think what I can do there is pick up the point about what some of the concerns in it, or some of the points that we think we need to explore further. So I get the bit about accountability and transparency for designations and things like that. That is essentially what we're talking with just got at the moment about. And we think there's a way through it, but that's absolutely a key point. And the other bit about where are they built from, one of the principles really of an OECM is that it does include all levels of stakeholder engagement like that. And it's really important that it takes that into consideration. So we can highlight that.
Any comments or questions?
Yeah, just very quickly, I strongly support that part of the consultation. I think we need to get dynamism within the park if we're going to see nature recovery, and however we get to there. So as a trial and a pilot for other parts of Scotland as well. Rollout.
And in the absence of any other more questions, the board is asked to agree to the consultation response set out in Annex 1. Are we content? Very much, and Andy, thank you very much for being on to 10 paper 6 committee annual reports for information. Introduced by David Cameron.
sure you'll be happy, convener, that I don't think I need to make any introduction to this. I think it was happy for it to stand for information and any questions.
Are there any questions or comments? Happy to. Thank you very much. Which brings us to paper 7, minutes from committee meetings for information introduced by everybody. Again, any questions? So, intent to move. Thank you very much. Nothing, any other business? Nothing notified. Paul.
Just for clarity, so we didn't vote. Does that mean that you accepted my addition? Thank you very much.
It was accepted. Absolutely. Yes. So, very much. The date of the next formal board meeting is the 22nd of March next year, and we can now end the recording in the live stream. We do have an informal session